Lietuvos ūkininkų sąjungos atstovai, žemės ūkio konsultantai, specialistai, žemės ūkio mokslininkai ir verslo įmonių atstovai. Būkite pasveikinti susirinkę į Tarptautinę konferenciją Jaunųjų ūkininkų forumas, nuo idėjos iki sėkmingo ir tvaraus ūkio verslo. Čia jau galite tikrai paploti vieni kitiems. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to our guests from Latvia, Estonia, Poland. Welcome to the conference Young Farmers Forum from the idea to a successful and sustainable business. I hope today we'll share our own experience with each other. I think today we'll have something new and you'll have something new for us as well. Tikiu, kad šiandien turėsime kuo pasidalinti naujo, vieni kitiems papasakoti ir pasidalinti gerosiomis patirtimis, gal net ir patarimais, kaipgi auginti tą žemės ūkio biznį. Ir čia mes galime kalbėti iš tiesų apie biznį. Juk kiekvienas išgirdęs žodžius ūkininkas, žemės ūkis, dažnai skirtingai įsivaizduoja, kokie žmonės tuo užsiima. Ir labai gera žinoti, kad kuo toliau, tuo labiau žodis žemės ūkis, ūkininkai eina kojo kojon su žodžiais technologijos, naujausios tendencijos, žinoma, tvarumas. Apie tai ir kalbame šiandien šitoje konferencijoje. Ir labai gera sveikintis, aš jau pasisveikinu angliškai, bet labai gera sveikintis ir su atstovais, žemės ūkio konsultavimo tarnybų atstovais iš Latvijos, Estijos, Lenkijos, taip pat su veržliais ūkininkais, kurių patirtį, kurių žodį šiandien čia tikrai išgirsime. Be jokios abejonės jūs matote, kad konferencija yra filmuojama ir tiesiogiai transliuojama, o po renginio įrašas bus įkeltas į portalą Agroakademija LT ir renginys vyks 2 kalbomis, lietuvių ir anglų. Jeigu kažkas dar neturi pasiėmę ausinių, kai vyks anglų kalba, tikrai drąsiai galėsite per kavos pertraukėlę pasirūpinti ausinėmis ir girdėti viską savo gimtąją kalbą, ar bent tą kalbą, kurią tikrai suprantate. To ir linkiu šiandien. Suprasti vieni kitus, išgirsti vieni kitus ir pasisemti pačios geriausios patirties. Na, o mano žodžio, čia kaip sveikinimo žodžio, tikrai neužtenka. Aš jau minėjau, kad turime ir daug garbių svečių ir štai matau, gerbiamas Viktoras Pranckietis yra čia, todėl leiskite pakviesti sveikinimo žodžiui Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo Kaimo reikalų komiteto narį, profesorių Viktorą Pranckietį.
Labą dieną. Pasakė, kad profesorius, tai turiu stovėti už tribūnos, tiek metų stovėjęs, labai visada būdavo gera, žinote, bendrauti, bet visada su studentais bendraudavau sėdėdamas. O studentai tai buvo tie jauni žmonės, kuriuos aš pažinau, kad jie yra jaunesni už mane tada, kai man buvo 30 metų. Kai pamačiau ant bendros nuotraukos, koks tai dėdė stovi tarp studentų ir tada supratau, kad tas dėdė tai aš. Tai šiandien mes kalbam turbūt apie tuos žmonės, kurie yra jauni, jaunesni ir jauniausi. Pirmiausia, tai noriu pasakyti ir pasidžiaugti. Porą kartų perskaičiau darbotvarkę, programą visą. Ir 2 raktiniai žodžiai. Viena tai tvarumas, o antras žodis tai jaunasis ūkininkas arba jaunimas. Tai 2 geri žodžiai, tie, kurie šiandien turėtų ir skambėti. Mes labai dažnai lyg bandom supriešinti tuos dalykus, kad gal čia yra sunku perimti, nėra kam perduoti. Ir jūs labai gerai pasakėt, labai kiekviena asmeninė patirtis, asmeninė. Nes kiekvienas ūkis jis negali būti kažkoks tai standartinis nuo kažko nukopijuotas ir padarytas, jis kiekvienas turi būti sukurtas, suruoštas paties. Kai man patys turbūt man svarbiausi pavyzdžiai, juk tai yra galbūt juokingiausi bus pavyzdžiai, bet kai man buvo 28 metai, mes su broliu nutarėm, kad reikia ūkininkauti. Žemės nėra, ūkio nėra, trašų nėra, traktorių nėra, nieko nėra, tada dar buvo gilūs tarybiniai laikai, bet mes sugalvojom, kad reikia iš ūkio uždirbti pinigų. Ir pasiskolinom žemės 10 carų, pasisodinom svogūnų, kurios pardavėm paskui Kaliningrade, Lietuvoje jos supirko po 56 kapeikas, Kaliningrade pardavėm po 2 rublius turgui. Mus pažadėjo užmušti už tai, kad mes mušam kainą, nes turgui kaina buvo 2,5 rublio, bet paskui visi mums ten sakydavo, kad rusiškai sakė, ačiū jums lietuviai, kad jūs mus maitinate, tai mes seniai būtume iš bado ten kaip nors taip neišgyvenę. Bet ką tai sako, tai buvo man tiesiog mano gyvenimiškas labai paprastas pavyzdys, kuris labai elementariai atvedė mane ir į žemės ūkį, nors aš jau tada buvau agronomas, forumas ir visą kitą, bet po to aš tą veiklą tęsiau ūkį registravau 99 metais, kai man jau buvo daugiau metų, bet jau tada buvo galimybė. Tiesiog ta galimybė, kad atsirado žemė ir po to 20 metų aš tą ūkį turėjau, iki padėkojau ūkiui už tai, kad nebegaliu dirbti taip gerai, kaip norėčiau dirbti, o dirbti ir žinoti, ką darai, reikėjo labai mokėti ir gerai daryti. Ir kai nebegalėjau to daryti, aš atsisakiau ūkio ir atsisakiau tos veiklos, kurios nebegalėjau padaryti gerai, ėjau į kitas veiklas, kur norėjau daryti gerai. Ir dabar, kada jūs uždainavote apie žydinčias vyšnias, tai aš šiandien garsiai bandžiau pasakyti, kaip žydėjimas rapsų, ir čia kaip tik yra parodyta, jaunas žmogus pašokęs su visa barzda į viršų ir žydėjimas rapsų labai gerai matosi. Prisiminiau profesoriaus Bušo, Jurgio Bušo, kuris KTU buvo architektūros instituto direktorius. Apie 2010 metais birželio mėnesį buvo konferencija Mokslo Akademijoje. Ir jis rodė ant rapsų lauko, kaip ir čia, bet pastatyta viena vėjo jėgainė. O kalba buvo apie kraštovaizdžio architektūrą. Ir sako, žiūrėkit, kaip mes keičiame mūsų kraštovaizdį. Paskui jau klausė klausimą, aš kampe sėdėjau, pakėliau, sakau, parodykit trečią skaidrį, ir toje trečioje skaidrėje sakau, jūsų tas architektūrinis elementas, apie kurį jūs kalbat, jis užima gal 5 ar 7% visos tos skaidrės. Bet, sakau, visą kitą 30% užima rapsai. Prieš 30 metų, tuo metu prieš 30 metų, būtų niekas nežinojęs, kas čia auga. Ir profesorius Petras Dėčius apie 80 metus pradėjo atvežti rapsus į Lietuvą ir taip keitėsi. Apie ką kalbu? Kalbu apie tai, kad kažkas kažkada kažką atrado, sugalvojo ir padarė savo kaip pažangą. Dabar rapsų verslas yra toks, kad, žinote, tie, kur agro rėmėjai, sporto, pavyzdžiui, ne, Dakaro rėmėjai, ir kaip užrašyta visur agro būna, tai man taip yra gera girdėti visą laiką, kaip visą laiką, kas yra žemės ūkis. Žemės ūkis, taip kaip jūs ir sakėt, tas verslas, kuris jau dabar yra, žinot, visiškai konkuruojantis. Anksčiau būdavo ūkininkas, o dabar ūkininkas. Tai aš linkiu visiems ir būti, ir tapti, ir gyventi tais ūkininkais, kurie atranda savo, jeigu reikia, nišą, arba atranda savo tą platumą, ir kurie gali iš to oriai labai gyventi. Ir atėjęs sveikinasi, paduodamas iš viršaus.
You know, they are happy about themselves and proud of themselves. And I would like to thank you for inviting me here, and I would like to welcome everyone to this event. Thank you, dear professor, for the light words, for the kind words similar to this jump on the slide. And you know, actually, I even felt the smell of that you are referring to what is the most important. And today I have to mention that this is the Lithuanian Agricultural Advisory Service that is organizing this event as a part of the Young Farmers Forum framework. And it is good that we are speaking not only about who just think, but also who implement everything we have just mentioned here. And I'm sure that we are going to hear about this from the Gedui Špakauskas, the vice chairman of the Lithuanian Advisory Service. Hello, everyone. I would like to start with a more serious note. It is not just going to be all positive, of course. We have a great challenge. Actually, the average age of a farmer in the EU is increasing. And we are approaching the situation where farmers are going to be people of the retirement age in Lithuania soon. So another note is more positive. And last week, we met the European Commissioner in charge of the agriculture. He visited Vilnius. We spoke directly. And the good news is that the top-level politicians and policymakers in the EU actually acknowledge and recognize this challenge. And we do realize that we need to encourage the youth to come back to farms, to agriculture, to take over the farms from their parents, or to establish new farms. And this is a very important turning point. And while the top politicians are just speaking about it, we have gathered here together and we are performing actual work. Since, for example, the Lithuanian Agricultural Advisory Service has organized this event, and as a representative of the young generation, I am actually glad to see that actual work is in progress and we are putting considerable effort to attract the youth into agriculture. And I'm a farmer myself. I started at a fairly young age. And I think we have to encourage the young people to show them that farming is a wonderful thing. It is very dynamic. It is not boring, although, of course, it requires labor. My office is ending soon. And I'm not going to comply with the young farmer's status soon, but I think that this age is being expanded and I'm still going to be referred to as the young farmer. And I think that I was this good example of how to be a good young farmer, and I hope that I have become a role model for some young people to engage in farming. So I would like to thank everyone once again for this wonderful event, and I wish you fruitful time. Thank you, dear Gedus. Indeed, it is very great to see so many young faces here today. And I think it's about 50-50, right? Or even more, I would say. More young faces who would be representing the young farmers category. And I'm sure that in Kaunas district and in Kėdainių, they do have young farmers. And I think that Kaunas Farmers Union representative, Mr. Julius is going to speak more about that. Hello, everyone. And it is not just as a chairman of Kaunas district farmers unions, but also the monitoring service that monitors how the director organizes everything. And I am very happy to see this breakthrough. So you are actually engaging the young farmers, and I see the success regarding this event, and the service contributes to promotion of young farmers. In terms of my background, I have been the CEO of the Lithuanian Mobile Farmers Union, and we have these farmer markets. We used to teach the older farmers about marketing and so on. And now we get the feedback from the young farmers about marketing. And you know, there are even 200 milliliters of some oil that is sold for €5. So this is great. But in the US, they would sell it for $25. I couldn't imagine that sum. But no, you know, actually, since we are open, we are young, we are advanced, we know languages, we know technologies, we can earn higher profits. And in this global market, of course, Trump has intervened a bit into it, but I think we will survive even with Trump. Nonetheless, we see so many opportunities opening up. And even if you are small, you can definitely step into the niche market. Of course, we have the traditional crop farming here in Lithuania predominantly, but there are new tractors, new equipment, new machinery, and so on. And the old farmer might be more afraid of that. However, there are drones, robots, different sensors, and so on. The advancement of agricultural technologies that are so promising in this his field. And the farmer of the future is not going to be this dirty person on the field. He will be a rather young, agile, energetic person with a cup of coffee, watching over his field and launching a certain automated process. And I think we are moving in this direction, and we are going to speak about innovations. And sustainability is also innovations in a certain sense, because sustainability is about, of course, using less fertilizers, using other technologies that help us in daily farming. And this makes us more competitive. You can see it yourself. This old, obsolete way of using fertilizers according to the wind, according to the weather, this is no longer sustainable. We need to look for cost-effective measures, and there are technologies to accommodate that. It will be very interesting to hear about your experience. I think you are very ambitious here today. And it is not only the EU support that is important, but it is also the national support that is important, because this is agriculture is the priority for the nation. This is the matter, the strategic matter of national security as well. We have been speaking about national defense, and we should speak about national food production. So I wish you all success, enthusiasm. I wish you to learn from your own mistakes. Of course, it's always better to learn from other people's mistakes, but usually people learn best from their own mistakes, right? So go there, do it, learn from your mistakes, and you'll see that you will achieve success. Thank you, dear Lukas, for the strongest motivational speech today and the encouraging word. The best motivation, I think, comes when you care not only about farms, when you're a farmer, but also when you are important for the municipalities, from the local authorities. And Kėdainių district municipality representative, Vice Mayor Brigitai Mosiejauskei, has come here today for the welcome word. Hello everyone. Indeed, as it has been mentioned, the municipality cares about all people who live and work in this region. And for me, this is the double care, since I'm the former minister, and it is very interesting. And I'm very pleased today that the topic of this forum, this conference, is so relevant. The aging population is the problem of not only Lithuania, but also Europe on the whole. And this is not the challenge for agriculture. There are a lot of different areas of life that face this challenge. However, I see that a lot of funds are being allocated to taking care of the aging population only, or predominantly. We had to earn something, we had to build something when we were young, and we have now to allocate our funds to take care of the elderly population. I have always thought that we have to take care more of a young person, of a young individual, to equip the young person to build own life. As Mr. Viktoras has said, he was burning with a desire to create something, but he did not have those tools in the Soviet times. Now, young people, young farmers have those tools, and maybe they should not feel very discriminated. In particular, there should not be discrimination in relation to young people who do not have parents engaged in farming. And it is very difficult, first of all, to get land for a young person who wants to engage in farming anew. And there should not be this competition with the large farms. The young farmer should get this main tool, the land, to develop their activities. So I think that this forum is very timely. It is high time to hear about the positive examples so that the young people are encouraged to not be afraid of the hard work, but also to not be afraid of engaging in farming that is highly reliant on climate change. This also, of course, determines our sustainability, our activities. And the question is how climate change is going to affect our activities. I would like to wish everyone success, interesting day, and I congratulate everyone on the coming spring. Thank you, dear Vice Mayor. You know, practice, technologies, they have to go hand in hand with science, with agricultural science. I would like to welcome Gedui Špakauskui, the director of Latvijos, to say a welcome word. Hello, it is a great pleasure to be here today. I would like to start I would like to think that they invite the closest neighbors for the event. It is also very symbolic that the two institutions are here together. This is the Agricultural Science Center and Advisory Service. The research institution has the main objective to develop innovations, technologies, the new scientific knowledge, and the advisory service and their consultants have the objective to spread the technologies as fast as possible so that they are tried out in practice. And who else, rather than the young farmers, are the first ones to take risk, to try out the new innovations, new technologies, and whether they are appropriate and can be used, whether they are usable. So I hope that there are active discussions today, and I hope to hear a lot from you on how you view this process, what technologies have proven themselves to be useful, so that I could bring your feedback to my community in order to set our directions further. I wish you the fruitful event, and I hope you will hear a lot of wonderful news here. Thank you.
It's really great that we in a symbolic way. It was mentioned by the advisory service. You can see the logos of the service and some of the too, and I would like to invite the director of the advisory service, Mr. to say a welcome word and then to make a presentation. Thank you, Gedui. I am really very happy about the great beginning of the event. And our guests said a lot of nice words, but looking at this nice audience, I look about 1.5 years back and I can say that our colleagues and us started thinking of embarking on a new initiative and involving more young people into our activities. Young people have a lot of ideas, they can and are able to do things. And then we had the idea that let's try to organize events in the regions. Let's invite young people to those events to talk about the problems they face, to share their experience, and maybe to try to look for solutions. The colleagues with us here will share their experience. The experience was different. Sometimes we had more participants, sometimes less. But we are also learning from our experience, and we hope that the good experience will be shared, and the next stages and the events will be higher quality, and the young generation will get more knowledge. And I hope that today we have our event here, that we have guests from Latvia, Estonia. I'm not sure about the Finnish colleagues. They said they would join us online. And I hope that the colleagues will share their experience. And since we are talking very fast and there is a simultaneous translation, I hope that the interpreters will be able to translate at least the main ideas. So I wish everybody a fruitful day, at the end of which we will have a discussion and maybe we will find some
Thank you, dear guests. We hope you understand everything. If not, just ask. After Sauliaus speech, you'll have a possibility to give your questions. Jeigu tik tai turėsite klausimų pranešėjui po pranešimo, būtinai užduokite ir nepraleiskite tos progos tiesiogiai kalbėti su tais žmonėmis, kurie gal šiandien kol kas dar žino šiek tiek daugiau negu jūs, tam, kad sužinotumėte ir jūs visą tą patį. Taigi, ponios ir ponai, pereikime prie konferencinės dalies ir pranešimo kokybiškos žemės ūkio konsultacijos, sėkmingo ir tvaraus ūkio augimo. Taigi, ponas Saulius jau minėjo raktinius žodžius savo įžangos kalboje, bet jau netrukus būsite supažindinti su organizacijos veikla, jau bus pristatyta, kaip gimsta paslaugos žemdirbiams. Ponas Saulius pasidalins tyrimų susijusių su konsultavimo paslaugomis rezultatais.
Saulius will share the results of their activities and forecasts of the farmers. Saulius, the floor is yours.
Ačiū Gedriau, kaip sakė profesorius, iš tikrųjų kažkas turi įprotį kalbėti iš tribūnos. Aš šitą įpročią tikrai neturiu, mėgstu labiau judėti. Ir vėlgi sugriausiu Gedriaus prieš tai pasakytą įžanginę dalį, nes pats pranešimas jisai buvo pakoreguotas 6 ryto, atsisėdus ramiai pagalvojus, ką reikėtų pasakyti, į ką galbūt reikėtų daugiau dėmesio sudėti ir panašiai. Tai patį pavadinimą, kada pasižiūrėjom, iš tikrųjų yra kertiniai tokie žodžiai: kokybiškas, konsultavimas, sėkmė, tvarumas ir augimas. Na ir dėliojant patį pranešimą, kažkaip tai norėjus iš tikrųjų palikti visas 4 dalykus, bet tada pasižiūrėjau į skirtą laiką 15 minučių, tai praktiškai dažniausiai gali konsultuotis kažkokią vieną dalį. Tai aš pabandysiu taip politiškai prie visko truputį prisiliesti, bet po profesoriaus Viktoro Pranckiečio atkreipimo dėmesio į tą rapsų lauką, kurį matėme, tai man iš karto galėjo toks epizodas, tai buvo 94 metai, tai aišku, tarnybos veikloje tai yra tik tai 1-2 metai darbo, nes mes buvome įkurti 93 metais. Na ir tuo metu keletas mūsų konsultantų buvo na ir mūsų tarpe buvo vienas kolega, amžinatilsį Petras Pipiras. Na ir jis tuo metu iš tikrųjų buvo pradėjęs gilintis į rapsus. Jis pradėjo mokslininkų klausinėti, kaip jūs daro, ką jūs daro, kokią technologiją. Na ir Belgijos mokslininkės what technologies you use, and a scientist from Belgium said that have been working for 10 years in this area, and you want to learn everything in 15 minutes. So the same here, it's difficult to say something very clever in 15 minutes. Gerbiamas Gintaras irgi paminėjo, kad negali mokslas gyventi savo, konsultavimas gyventi savo. aš džiaugiuosi, kad 93 metais išvaldos mūsų darbininkai, Žemės ūkio ministerija, ūkininkų sąjunga, bendrovė asociacija, kuomet priėmė sprendimą, kad reikia turėti konsultavimo tarnybą Lietuvoje. Tai mūsų pirmoji misija per visus tuos laikotarpius, per visus tuos metus nelabai keitėsi, nes visuomet buvo tikslas būti šalia mūsų kliento, būti šalia žemdirbio, padėti žemdirbiui ir jos sunkiam kelyje, konsultuojant antrąjį sprendimus, bet tam, kad procesas vyktų, negali konsultantas gyventi be mokslo, negali konsultantas gyventi be mokymo ir negali integruoti visko šiaip savo. Yra klientas, yra poreikiai ir mes turime atitikti tos kliento lūkesčius, poreikius ir judėti tą kryptį, būdą pats žemės ūkis. Šnekant apie tai, ar reikia žemės ūkio konsultavimo, koks yra šios dienos ūkis, kokiom problemom susiduria, tai tikrai ūkininkų ūkiai išaugo, sustiprėjo ir kas įvyko. O įvyko paprastas dalykas, kad, iš tikrųjų,
in this field, in the very center of it, we should see a farmer's farm. A farmer is a businessman, a producer, a trader, a negotiator, a scientist, an experimentator, and even a family person. How to share the time, it's very difficult, and here comes in the consultant who can be the person who can help moving forward, who can help to find answers to a lot of questions. Very long ago, our service, when we started working as an organization, we had a lot of help from Denmark, Ireland, the UK, the United States. But again, when we talked to the American farmers, we always asked, what type of advisors do you use? They say, yes, we use advisors from the university system who advise about the achievements of research. Also, I cooperate with the commercial entities who help me move forward, and I have a neutral consultant who knows my farm best and helps me make the decisions. How can I invest, expand, and grow? All of them are very useful. And when we look at the slide, where the farmer is in the center, the farmer has to know everything, law, technologies, and here here comes in the help of the consultant. We, as consultants, also consult with scientists, politicians, because we want to look forward to see what the situation is going to be, so that we were able to be leaders and help our customers. Talking about sustainability. Last year, we had a conference in Finland for us, and one day when we were talking about the experience of different consultancy agencies, we discussed the topic of sustainability, and we asked the head of the consultancy service, what is sustainability? And the answer was people, knowledge, technologies, and to make sure that everything is sustainable, we need money. So they said, if you have all the four things and if you have euros in your account, all the elements will be efficient. And if we look at the development of our agency, we started in 1993. We did not have much experience. We were learning from different foreign countries. We were exchanging experience with the Baltic states. We were discussing the problems, the ways of solving them. We participated in different projects, went on internships, and the first 5 years were more focused on helping new farmers to understand how to do. And then those technological questions, they transformed from the questions how to solve, how to start business. We moved to financial issues, technological issues, and if we look at the last step, there is a new stage which is not on the slide yet. That's AI. That's okay. And then we think, what is the function of the consultant, the function of AI? Won't there be some conflict? It's very easy. Today in the morning, I thought, okay, I'll play a little bit with ChatGPT. I said, we are going to have a conference today. What do you think, or what will the main questions be? And ChatGPT read the name of the conference and said that you should talk about the importance of young people, to share experience, and to talk about the future, new technologies, about how young people will be able to work and where they are going to be in 5 or 10 years. So those new technologies help us make decisions much faster in a much more efficient way. So AI is becoming our routine, and that's a new challenge for our consultants, because we have to learn new technologies and to work faster. For young people, it's easier because they live with those technologies from morning till night. So for us, it's also, again, a challenge to be useful, to be together with the customer. The consultant has to preserve their position. How are we different, and where is our strength? I'm happy that over those 32 years we have developed a lot of very useful services. As I said at the beginning, those were technological services. Now the our major part of services is financial accounting services, but we are different from other companies is the complex approach. That's why the customers choose us. You can get all the set of services in one place. We are not a one-day company. We want to continue for many years in the future, but for that we need good relations with the customers. We need to be modern and useful. New services which we started 4 or 5 years ago. Science says that technological possibilities have already achieved the limit. We had a conference where scientists spoke about genetics, and that's a very important area where you have to plan, to program your future yield in this area. But the results will not be good if we don't use good management, if we don't analyze, if we don't digitalize, and I hope that today you will hear about the experience of other colleagues, their mistakes, their recommendations, talking about quality and the benefits of consultations. In 2014, I visited Ireland, and I spent almost 6 months in an Irish consulting agency. I worked with the consultants, visited farms, and I tried to understand how Irish consultants work, what methods they use, why Irish farmers work that way they work. And I had a possibility to connect to their database, and I found some numbers which demonstrate the impact the activity of a consultant can make. This research was made in Irish consultancy agency. Of course, the data is a little bit old. It's 2014. But in Ireland, they have a discussion method which is very popular. The farmers come together, they discuss the problems and look for solutions. And the Irish tried to compare the results of those who were new to the discussion group compared to those who have been in the discussion group for a long time and those who do not use the discussion group at all. Of course, those who had been in the discussion group for a long time had much better results, better yields. The final result shows that their yield is definitely better, and at the end of the day, the financial result is better. In Ireland, I conducted a survey of farmers, and there was one question. What do the farmers think where they need help? What are the areas where they need help? There were 5 options, and we asked to rate them. And at that time, in 2014, Irish farmers saw that the new financial period was approaching. There was a lot of things they didn't know, and they understood that they would need more support in that area. Then there were financial areas and strategic planning. That's the future related to finance, what is going to happen, how to prepare, what to do. Another question was, what is the expectation of a farmer when they work with consultants? The answers were very different. First of all, what they said was that the consultant has to be independent. The consultant cannot represent a product. The consultant needs knowledge and competences. Then the farmers said that the consultants must know their customers very well. It's not just coming and talking, but the consultant has to know the farm, the needs of the farm, has to know the recommendations of science, and only then the consultant is useful. The factors affecting the efficiency of the consultation, they were very different, but again they said that it's unbiasedness, custom-made consultation, and unbiased information. And last year I had a possibility to meet with progressive young farmers, and we discussed the needs of young farmers, how our agency should adapt to those needs. And they said that we get quite a lot of technological knowledge, but help us with those soft skills, management and things, to integrate things we get from other sources. And this project was born from that idea that young farmers have a lot of technological knowledge, but we should try to combine this knowledge to integrate it into everyday life. And last year we made a service of our customers. We surveyed about 390 customers, and more than half of them suggested the areas where we should put more focus. Technological consultations, but also consultations on the search of new business, new possibilities, deeper financial consultations. Here again, I believe that people are looking for solutions, and we should remind mind that the customers of financial accounting in our agency get not only the balance sheet, the profit and loss account, but we also have a service of data analysis. That's a unique service. Every farmer who is using bookkeeping accounting can compare their results to other farms. They can compare on the region level, on the activity, from the activity point of view, the costs and things like that. And that's a tool which enables to go deeper and to check why some farmers have better results, others have worse results, and that helps us as consultants and the farmers move forward. Consultations on management issues, that's the answer. The future challenges. What challenges do our customers see in the nearest 3-year perspective? Everything comes to the risk management. The sales of products price, it's risk. To manage the products, you have to make solutions, decisions, that's certain risk. Agricultural policy, that's certain risk again. The changes in requirements, newer, deeper, more difficult. Those are the risks you have to get ready for. Climate change, that's again risk we all face. We have to manage it. Agricultural technologies, that's risk that technologies are moving forward very fast. And sometimes it's difficult to keep up with them. And people see that in the future, those things have to get a lot of attention. And what is the consultancy agency today? We have grown over the 32 years. We are quite a big organization. We employ about 400 professional employees. We have our departments in all regional municipalities, and the farmers can get all our services locally. And we are very happy that we really have very good contacts with young farmers. And last year we had an internal project which started this year. We have a school for young farmers, leaders, managers, and young farmers will be able to come to that school to share experience, to look for answers to questions. And I hope that the project of the Young Farmer Forum will continue next year, because we have applied for a new stage, and I hope that the participants of the project will be very active, and the experience people will gain during the project will be very beneficial, will help to grow agriculture, to develop new products, new ideas, and thus we will grow Lithuania step by step. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Saulius. Do we have any questions from the audience? Does anyone want to ask something? Saulius mentioned a lot of times the importance of consultations, and he mentioned something that technologies and internet and AI are becoming very important. How much risk is related to that when we talk about a consultant? how or is AI not able to evaluate specific areas, specific places? What do you think? I believe that human mind is really very powerful, and AI is a good discussion partner, but a person is the filter of which, and the person has to filter all the information they receive from AI. Some people use AI every day, and there are solutions, insights, and several years ago we tried this ChatGPT, and we asked, can you give us the sources which you use for making the decisions? And AI gave a long list. I thought, well, that's a really long list. And it turned out that it is quite creative. It can create a source it uses. What I'm trying to say, that's a good tool for fast analysis, for insight, but people's brain is more powerful, and we have to filter, we have to sort out the answers we get from AI. AI can help, but on the other hand, it can mislead. So here, a consultant with their experience, their insights, is the answer, and the eye contact is also very important. Thank you, Saulius. Let's thank Saulius. And now I would like to invite the marketing manager, Erika Mankutė, of the consultancy agency, and the head of the project, Young Farmers Forum. They traveled all over Lithuania over several months, and in their presentation they will talk about the idea of the project, the things they have accomplished, and what is important to young farmers.
Hello everyone. I don't like to be enclosed in a certain space. I like to see people, and I do not need a tribune yet because I'm not yet a professor. And today I would like to tell you about our project and where this idea came from. And I hope that my story will reflect the topic of this forum, from the story to implementation. So why is it the Young Farmers Forum? A forum means a place where people gather, discuss, exchange insights, ideas, experiences. So this word was very suitable for our project as well. And one of our unwritten goals was to gather the people, to build the community of people that welcomes not only young farmers, but farmers of any age, since for young farmers, it is very important to learn from a bit older farmers as well. And of course, we have the formal objectives. Formal objectives were the following. It was to tell more to the young farmers about the EU support opportunities, to explain to them that it is not easy to get the EU support. It is not as picking an apple, because you need to not only apply for the support, but also to implement what you have promised in your application. And one of the goals was to introduce them to the support, to explain to them that it helps them grow their business since it is an investment. Another topic was sustainability, sustainable finance as well. We also spoke about soil improvement and so on. So we tried to gather all the topics, including the economic aspect, including the technologies, and the director showed the survey among our clients, and we tried to use this as a guidance in order to implement the education. And I'm going to share with you the feedback questionnaires, where you will be able to see whether we have managed to guess the demand, whether the farmers benefited from those seminars. We, of course, did not forget about the managerial competences, since I will always continue saying that a farmer is also an entrepreneur, a businessman, and a farm has also to be a business. It is not only about technology, about farm finances, but also about the structural process. And we spoke to the farmers about that as well. And I'm going to repeat again that our unwritten goal was to build the community, and I truly hope that it is developing, it is growing. We had the chance to meet a lot of people, to engage with them, to interact with them, and at a few events I saw very young farmers just starting out and saying that they never knew there were so many young farmers very close to them who were eager to exchange experience. And they said that they might even meet with each other to have a cup of coffee and to establish a relation, a connection of some sort. And the idea to establish the Young Farmers Forum is not new. However, we actually sat down in June last year to turn it into practice. So, together with my colleague, we decided to write down our ideas, and Lina, my colleague, will confirm that we had a lot of questions of whether we will be able to gather so many people that we were intending to gather and so on. But I said that everything will be fine. This is my usual attitude. I said that the farmers would just flow into those events and so on, that this would be a wow effect. The effect was achieved, but not everything was implemented as planned. We planned 10 seminars in different districts. The seminars, the workshops took place. We planned the awareness-raising campaign at Fair Kapasese, which is so. We did that as well. We also planned 10 videos about the success and failure stories, telling about the farmers who used the EU support. And we asked those people in the videos to tell not only about the successes, but also about the failures. There were 5, for example, applications that failed, but the 6th application, it succeeded. Because these are not only the success stories that help you grow, but also the failures that you can learn from. So there were 10 videos. There was also the international conference. Hello, we have gathered here. And it proves that this activity has been implemented. We also have an electronic publication in our plans that will be published before the end of the project. And we are implementing a strong communication campaign using different networks, specialized media. We share a lot of materials, a lot of information, and I hope you saw that information. I believe you saw it since you are here today. So there is a lot of action that is going on and that is going to continue going on. And we have this very tangible indicator for this project. We wanted to physically interact with 650 people, and we managed to do that. It was not as easy as it might seem, and please let me tell you more about that, about how it took place. The workshops in districts were really great. There was a lot of information dissemination campaigns, but in some districts, a lot of people were attracted to the workshops, whereas in other districts there were fewer people. Why was that so? Well, because we decided that the workshops would be held in January, February, and would take a bit of March. January, the second part of January was great. The first part of February was great as well in terms of attendance. But then there was this struggle, this fight for the farmers' attention. Well, you know, I'm going to just tell you that this story like we imagine, that the farmers have had their rest in winter, and then having come back from the holidays, they are going to attend all our workshops. But you know, they are being invited to a lot of different events. There was also a challenge with the success stories. I have always imagined that people want to share. There are people who want to share. However, with an over decade-long experience in marketing, this desire to share is reducing. But we do not have farmer influencers in Lithuania, or there are only few of them. And our colleagues from the marketing team had to work quite a lot to be invited to the farms and to make sure that the farms share their stories. The result is actually fantastic, and I'm very happy that we have published 7 videos, but we have a lot of very different people reflected there. The farmers are very different, from small farms to larger farms, from the farms who have just started out to the farmers who have taken over the generational farms. We have managed to overcome this challenge, and it is great. We have the largest Lithuanian agricultural fair, the international agricultural fair, Kaip, what you sow. And we expected to attract a lot of people there. We had a lot of interaction at the display during the fair. But only few people arrived at the seminar, at that workshop. We did not set the goal of having 100 people. There were, of course, more than one attendant, but this was not as we expected. Nonetheless, I see a positive side here because this enabled us to speak to every single attendant. And we saw this general trend. There were the attendants who just registered to have a farm, and there were the farmers who wanted to take over the generational farms from their parents. I cannot identify any other challenges, but actually this project period is very short. It started out on the 28th of October in 2014, and it is to end in this year in June. So can you imagine how many activities we still have planned? So we were rushing a lot, and now I can say that we are the ambassadors of young farmers now. So why did we think we were suitable ones to speak with the farmers about the youth support? You saw a similar slide at our director's presentation, but the text and the content is very different. During the workshops, we explained to the young farmers that we were operating in agriculture for over 3 decades. We never discriminate farmers, neither by hectares, nor by gender or by age. We work with small, medium, large farmers. And our economic consultants work with 8 support measures related to agriculture. This is quite a lot. It is also very important to emphasize that we stay with our clients from the idea to the implementation. The implementation is when the control period ends, and within the 25 years we have established more than 20,000 successful business plans. And this means that our clients have managed to improve their farm infrastructure, purchase machinery. A lot of them have been investing into IT systems, into software. So the change is considerable. And as I like to say, we are the partners who advise and who help them down the road. So what have we emphasized during our workshops? But it says that there's no such thing as free lunch, right? And we usually emphasize that. The workshops were attended by fresh farmers, by generational farmers, and yet we wanted to emphasize that the EU support is not a free lunch. These measures have been devised for the purpose and using certain resources. So the EU support helps implement the national goals because the production has to be modernized. It has to be of higher quality so that all taxpayers and consumers have quality and healthy food on their table at the affordable prices. And this was emphasized a lot during the workshops, and we stressed that the farmers had to do their homework. There were a lot of support measures, and the farmers had to clearly identify the support measures that would be useful for them for their specific stage. Certain support measures would be more appropriate in a year's time or in some years' time, or it would not be cost efficient. So we talked a lot about that. And I always emphasize, and my colleagues always emphasize this as well, that the applicants for support, there are a lot of them. The competition is high, and you invest when applying already, but this application does not necessarily translate into actual EU support. And I calculated the percentage of applicants who succeeded in getting the support, and you will see that the risk is fairly high. And we also spoke about the fact that the farmer would not be able to draft the project themselves. They had to have certain consultants or assistants who would help them. And I always stress that it is important for the farmer to ask that advisor, the consultant, whether he was aware of the farm operations, since the farm had to achieve certain operational indicators with the EU support. There were people coming from other companies who said, we received the support, we planned everything, but I'm not sure how I could achieve those indicators and so on. So we tried to help those people, but there were a lot of situations where we were not able to help at all, and they had to return the EU support since the indicators were unrealistic initially. And we spoke about that a lot. And we also emphasized that you had to implement what you planned. And there are different questions that we asked during the fair that I have mentioned, capacity. And one question will be left for your reflection. And we asked the attendants of the fair, including the fairs, the farmers and other attendants, about the most popular support measure in the past period, and no one answered correctly. So the most popular support was the support to small farms, and it is natural since we have a lot of small farms, and there were a lot of applicants in that category. And the last question on the average successful applicants in the last period. By percentage, the respondents had to choose an option, 70, 50 or 30, and the actual answer is 70% of successful applicants. So the failed applications accounted for 30%. 30% may not sound as a very high figure, but you know, this reflects also the investment by the farmer into the project, into drafting the project. And if I translate it into the millions that the farmers have not received, the numbers would be huge. So here you see the international fair. This is the interactive campaign where people participated in the quiz, and there was no person who would answer to all 10 questions correctly, although the questions were very simple. And this showed that people are not very aware of the support mechanism. And within the 3 days, we also had a workshop. There was also our economic advisory service consultants on duty to provide the initial consultations on the support. The fair was at the end of March, and on April 7th there was a simplified support to short chains and to establishment of farms. And the farmers wanted to interact, to learn more, and to weigh their opportunities to get the support as well. And we tried to get the feedback after each event. We did not do that during the fair, since we managed to interact with more than 200 people during the fair. And we collected feedback during the workshops then. Since I'm the marketing specialist, we love to draw pictures and images of our clients. And I have made an attempt to describe our average attendant. So this is a standard 35-year-old man who is approaching the end of the young farmers category, but this is the average actually. We saw a lot of young farmers in Panevėžys district. There were young farmers who said that they received the conscription notice as well. There were also parents who came there with their children. And it is great that the population shows that they do not want to close down their farms. We also saw that the farmers split into 2 segments. Some of them, almost 50%, were fresh farmers, just starting out in farming, looking for any useful information about technologies, about accounting, and so on. And the second segment was the farmers who grew up on farms, or who had more experience in farming, and who had already some basic information, and they needed more. They probably were asking about precision farming, about managerial, marketing aspects, time management, time planning, and so on. So it was very interesting to identify these 2 segments, and my figures corresponded to the director's figures as well. So this is actually the situation that we see. And we learned, this is my feedback, so we learned the following. The segments that I have mentioned were different, and in our communication we use the same language. So in the process, we adapted our language to different segments to simplify our communication in order to make sure that everyone understands everything. So we were speaking about some accounting terms that were very difficult, and some farmers knew about those accounting terms while others did not. So we managed to improve, to adapt our language in the process. And the best way to learn turned out to be to learn in groups, to have people in those groups who have already gone through those processes, who could share their success and failure stories. There were the districts where the groups would continue sharing experiences, insights, and they would not just stop while the event was already wrapping up. So I hope that we continue doing that. And as consultants, we also see that farmers are very diverse. There are a lot of farmers who have high competences. They already have knowledge, and they attend workshops, not to learn something new, but to see our perspective. And, okay, we see here room for our improvement as well. We have heard also about different challenges faced by farmers, and these challenges, we have also focused on them. And I wrote down the words to listen, to hear, to adapt, and to adjust. And I also took this takeaway message that the remote, the distant communication is already over. The time for in-person communication has returned. After the lockdown, people have become very distant from each other, and they need live communication, in-person communication and interaction. Because, you know, when you speak with the person on the phone, he might say that he has understood what you say, but actually they have not, because you cannot see the eye contact. And as an organization, we set the goal to come closer to the farmers, to other colleagues, to other agencies. And this was one of the unwritten goals that we set for ourselves. I'm using up my time, but my last question is whether you think that the Young Farmers Forum has future. You know, actually, I think it does have the future, and as our director has said, we have submitted an application for the second part of the project. And we have adapted the feedback, and we intend to conduct a 2-workshop cycle to travel around Lithuania, and those workshops will be different. One cycle will be intended for the fresh farmers who are just starting out. We will be speaking about the EU support, about the free of charge digitalization tools that are available to them. We will be speaking about the technologies and so on. We will speak about the livestock technologies where applicable, and we will speak about the crop production technologies where applicable as well, depending on the district. There will also be the managerial part where we will try to explain the managerial aspects at an understandable level. And the second cycle will be dedicated to the more advanced farmers. We are not going to touch upon the technologies there, because I think that those farmers do understand technologies there. And we're also intending to develop a video. There will be podcasts, there will be interviews, different forms of video materials, and so on. So there are a lot of plans, and we are doing that without an AI, since we are intending to use our brains. And this time we plan it not for the 6 months period, but for 18 months period, so that we do not go crazy with our rushing. And we are intending to start in autumn or start of winter. And the Young Farmers Forum is also will also take place on the 3rd of July. It will be organized by Lansas, and there will be a fair, and our consultants will be there and will be available for consultations and for interaction. So please follow us, agroakademia.lt, and the Young Farmers Forum has its own web page there. And I know that I'm using up your time, but I would like to ask for 1 minute. In our organization, we have those internal meetings within the framework of the Young Farmers Forum, and they call it Erica's project. But you know, I always correct it. This is not just Erica's project, because the idea has come from our department and from the innovations department. And there were other colleagues from other departments who joined us, from finances, who helped us prepare the materials. And for this idea to take shape, our district consultation advisory service employees also joined their efforts. And to achieve actual results, of course, we need farmers, because it is always about the farmers. It is not about Erika. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Erika. We had a chance to listen to the person who is so inspired with her ideas, with her activities, and she did not even need to show the slides. Do you have any questions to Erika? Please, Gedus. We will have the opportunity to answer the questions of the test that you have mentioned. I'm going to share the link to that questionnaire, actually. Well, no, I have a question. You have mentioned 70% of successful applications and 30% of failed applications. Could you tell us about the most common mistakes in the failed applications? It might be relevant for the young farmers. Why are the applications rejected? But you know, there are no most common mistakes as such. There is very high competition. There are a lot of farmers who get the same number of or similar number of points, but some of them fail. So it's kind of a lottery. And there were also doubts about whether the farmer would be able to achieve the indicators indicated in the applications, since there are a lot of assessors there as well. So one of the main things is not to set unrealistic targets. Is it correct? Yes. Thank you.
Gedus is one of the vice chairmen of Lithuanian Association of Agricultures. He is inquisitive, he is interested in innovations, and obviously he has something to share during this conference. So I would like to invite again Gedui Špakauskas, a farmer from Akrojas region.
Prieš tai pašnekovai
the speakers were not put into this platform, so I would also like to get a mic so that I could move and wouldn't look like a member of parliament. Okay, so I can take this. Hello again. For me, it's much easier to stand here on the stage because I like walking my problems away. Sometimes it takes an hour or two, and my wife sometimes says, "Why are you walking doing nothing?" I say, I am thinking, and there are things to think about. So today I'm here as a farmer. I'm Gedui Špakauskas. I am a second-generation farmer. We have a crop farm, winter grapes, winter wheat. Also, I grow barley, all kinds of intermediary crop. The farm is 33 hectares, 330 hectares, and you can see a photo of me to show that I'm a real farmer. I drive a tractor, because some people think that I just pretend. I'm just an actor who pretends to be a farmer, but no, I'm really a farmer and I work a lot.
Taip, gerai išmoksime. Taip, esu taip pat tas ūkininkas, kuris esu pasinaudojęs būtent kaimo plėtros
rural development support, and generally speaking,
ir prasidėjo nuo to mano ūkininkavimas.
My farming experience started from that. My farm was established in 2007. My parents gave me a gift, 30 hectares of land, and they encouraged me to use the support for young farmers. I was told that I have to take certain responsibilities related to farming because my parents said that we will not keep farming forever. We divided 60 hectares in two, and I just received 30 hectares as a present. I was encouraged to use the possibilities that existed at that time, and the funds I received really helped me a lot. I will try to explain how we were doing. The first thing we bought for the support funds it was, I still have it, but I am selling it already. So how was I doing? Did I have a strategy? Did I plan ahead? How did I see things? No, I didn't have any strategy in 2007, because there was no experience, no knowledge. And although 2007 looks like the time when agriculture was not in a bad position, but I couldn't ask my neighbors, I couldn't get consultations, everything was new for me. And generally speaking, I thought that, okay, I need a thing, I get support, I buy it, and that's it. There was no strategy, and that was a huge mistake. Because the support for agriculture is really a great possibility. But without any strategy, a farmer spends the money without thinking about the future. And even now I can see how farmers do those mistakes. They buy and sell, change something. They try to do this and that because they don't have any strategy. And the advisors really help a lot young people, a lot. They learn about the potential mistakes. On the other hand, there are certain rules when the support beneficiaries cannot buy something big. There are really very big limitations. Then my life, my farming showed that I need knowledge, experience. I gained experience, I gained knowledge, and the consultancy agency helped me a lot. I've been their customer since 2007 or 2008. I started working with companies selling agricultural machinery, and I gained a lot of experience there. I saw different farms which started farming many years before me, and with that experience I started making the picture, the strategy. And this strategy
vadinasi tvaraus ūkio strategija.
Was called a strategy of sustainable farm. In 2012, probably we didn't have this word sustainable. We didn't know what sustainability was. At that time, we said we can do more with less. So that was my strategy, to eat more with less resources. Here I have the illustration of a classical sustainability model. Some people think that sustainability is related to environmental protection only, but that's not the case. There are three main pillars: social, economic, and then environmental aspect. And if one of those pillars is damaged, then there is no sustainability. Often we hear that sustainability is environmental protection, but that's not the case. The strategy was a long-term strategy. It wasn't a strategy here and now. And it was quite difficult to make some decisions for me because those were long-term purchases. But I thought that if I don't think 10 or 15 years ahead, if I think only about things here and now, I will find it very difficult to compete because, well, I had money at that time, there was a lot of support, the competition was really big. The land prices started rocketing and we had to move forward very fast. We had to improve and to have a strategy. And first, one of the strategies was soil research. And here I saw that here I can think of the sustainability from different perspectives. I can reduce the amounts of fertilizers and increase yields, save some time. Then there were investments into modern machines. If there was soil research, that means that you needed smart machinery to make another step towards sustainability. And we started investing into modern technologies. Those were my personal things because my parents had already stopped farming, and I was doing everything myself. So we started buying those modern machines, and we made different long-term decisions because you cannot buy everything in one day. Those machines you see here were bought not only with the support money, but also with my own funds, because I already have my own money. And I knew that one tractor or one implement is not enough. Then digitalization expanded. We started automatic data collection, which enabled to collect data from the machines on the fields. And the data was sent automatically to the data center, and I could make analysis and check whether I was making some mistakes, or maybe my logistics was not planned well enough. Then I invested into modern buildings. Those were long-term investment, and we used rural support fund support. We actively participated in the construction activities, and now I start thinking not only about myself but also about long-term strategy, about the young generation. As I have 2 kids, a daughter and a son. The kids are still quite small, but I already think about the young generation, about this long-term strategy. In the agricultural consultancy agency slides, we also saw young people of similar age. But I cannot force my children to become farmers, because actually my parents, they did this. They said, you're going to be a farmer. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to force my children to become farmers. But I still have about 15-20 years ahead to build a farm which would be really appealing to my children if the farm is modern and interesting. If the kids will make the first steps in the farm, they will definitely want to work there, because there will be new technologies, maybe there will be this on button, and they will be able to walk around with cups of coffee in their hands, and they will be able just to supervise, and maybe the new technologies will work for them, and it will be interesting for the kids. The kids will not see themselves as a village person, but they will be modern people who will stay in their region. So I just want to encourage young people not to be afraid to start farming, to participate in different programs. Sometimes, yes, it looks scary. When we were writing the first project in 2007, I spent about 1 month walking through different institutions. But now when I have knowledge, sometimes 2 days are enough to write an application. Of course, the advisory agency helps a lot. So if you know how to do that correctly, it's not so scary or difficult. I just think that other farmers who have a lot of experience, including me, should talk a lot, should share the experience, because we have made a lot of mistakes. We didn't have this strategy. And it is also very interesting when your largest tractor one day becomes the smallest tractor, and you really have to plan ahead. So I will probably finish my presentation. Would somebody want to ask a question?
Man dabar toks įspūdis susidaro, kad pats Gedas yra
iš pradžių
konsultavęsis ir dabar dar nesikonsultuojantis, bet pats gali būti geras konsultantas.
Getting consultations himself, but he could be a good consultant himself. Yes, I would also like to ask Gedas to share the biggest mistakes which other people should not do.
Kokios klaidos buvo didžiausios?
The biggest mistakes?
Didžiausios klaidos gal buvo, kad investicijos buvo nukreiptos į nekokybišką techniką.
Investment used for low quality machines.
Kita klaida labai buvo, tėvai mano konservatyvus.
My parents were very conservative and they were against banks, against loans. But we know that additional money helps the financial things move faster, and if we do everything smartly, everything is okay. So my strategy at the beginning was very conservative and slow. Maybe it was safe, but so sometimes if you are doing everything reasonably, you shouldn't be afraid of banks. Of course, you have preferential loans, and now it's probably those were the biggest mistakes when I bought low-quality machines, which were not useful after 4 or 5 months, and you still had obligations related to them. And now when I buy high-quality things, the machines are new for 10 years. So they say that mean people pay twice, so sometimes maybe it's better not to try to save a lot of time when you write a project. It's better to spend more time and to think, well, what was
irgi jauną iniciatyvą ūkininką iš Utenos, Brigitą Mosiejauskei. Brigita yra Lietuvos ekologinių ūkio asociacijos narė, Utenos rajono ūkininkų sąjungos vicepirmininkė ir savo darbą įrodė, kad kaime galime ne tik ūkininkauti, bet ir kurti sėkmingus verslus, prisidėti prie bendruomenės gerbūvio kūrimo.
Successful business and community activities in districts. Brigita, the floor is yours. Hello. I came from Utena. I have not prepared any slides. I only have my note sheet with me, and I will try to be concise and to speak in simple words. I've heard gathers from A to Z. These were the steps that I took as well. I established my farm in 2010 after graduating from school. I never had another job, another profession other than farms. So the farm is my only occupation. And I started farming with the idea that I'm going to take a different route than the majority. And this kind of mindset has proven correct. So I I started writing those projects, the liabilities, the accounting, the balance sheets, and so on. So I got their support. I purchased the Belarus tractor, the old tractor that was overheating, and so on. But let's start with my organic farm. It has been organic since the very beginning. This was my internal conviction all the time. There are people who are fluctuating about taking up organic farming, but this has always been my idea. You know, other farmers tell me, there are so many grasses and so on, other aspects as well. But I said, I can fill out complete hundreds of organic farming tables and so on, and documents and so on. Sometimes I even pretend I do not understand something and so on, so that they help me out filling out those documents. But actually this is how we continue with our farming. The farm gained its momentum within, I'd say, 7 years. And then I started another stage in my life. Since I already had farms, I needed children. So I have 3 sons. So the farm, well, at first seemed to be like a child's play. I felt like I could try something out and then just stop farming if I needed that. But now I have children and I'm thinking about their future. I'm not putting pressure on my children, not yet. But I loved the Gedus idea that I just could not resist farming. And that break with the children was not actual break, I never was inaccessible, you know, I would be accessible at the hospital as well. But, you know, this was kind of a break, and the stepping a bit aside from farming and not being too proactive about development helped me focus on quality rather than quantity. When I started out farming, there were a lot of unused land, state-owned land, different projects where you could purchase free areas in 2013, for example. But, you know, at that time I had other priorities. Family came first, and I realized that the farm would never use high concentrations of chemicals and would never be able to compete with the global market. In Utena district, soil is different than in Kėdainių. In Kėdainių, soil is different than in Ukraine. Market is as it is. And, you know, actually, I started thinking, yes, grass is always greener on the other side, but we need to work with what we have. And, well, I know, I started thinking that I should work with the land that I had. And I started thinking what I could do with the land that I had. And there was this drainage project. And with the chairperson of the association, we developed that drainage irrigation project. And, you know, we started working as a community then. We prepared the community business project with a local activity group. We purchased the tools, the equipment for grass cutting at the drainage troughs and so on. So there were different forms of activities. It was very interesting to try everything out. The agency projects were very clear for us, and we wanted to try something new. So when there was the opportunity to prepare the project in my own name, I also prepared it for the whole of my farm as a farmer. This was the drainage project as well. Currently, I'm implementing the modernization project. Before that, I had a project where I purchased the combine harvester, and now I have purchased the agricultural drone. The agency said that I needed a drone control license, but no one would give me that license. I would then attend the aviation training with the pilots, and in order to be able to control the drone. And now there are the grain towers being constructed at the storage. I have this storage that dates back from to the Soviet times. But, you know, there are different pesticides and so on, and there are different pests that infect the grains in the old storages, and we are preparing our own meal. We bake our own bread. We bake our own pancakes from our flour. We have established cooperative with other farmers in order to supply our products to local kindergartens and daycare. Currently, this idea is not very cost-effective, but it brings emotional joy in what you are doing. Speaking about the future, I think that, you know, in Lithuania, the opportunities are unlimited. There are no limits to that. people are proactive. It is sometimes enough to be young and people treat you very positively. There is the accessible consultation, the accessible support, and I'm sure that everything will be fine and we can achieve, we can do a lot. And we sometimes have to be not too serious about every single detail. You know, those documents are actually like the rules of a game. You know, you read the rules, you just learn how to play the game. And today I'm going to share with you a story. And, I opened the National Payment Agency's website that had an advertisement, and I was filling out the form, but it turned out that this was intended for pig farms, you know, and it turned out I did not have any pigs. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? I would like to ask a question about flour. Do you supply it to kindergartens only? Don't you think about packaging the flour to supply it to the local supermarkets? Because the money is completely different. Haven't you thought about that yet? To be brief, when you outsource certain services, such as, for example, milling, it is not €1 you pay per kilogram. It is much more, and the cost gets higher. So, at present, we provide for the local market, for our community, for our friends. We do not look at it as a business of a kind, but as just a beginning of business. And in terms of our perspective, my grains are organic. But when they enter an uncertified mill, it becomes a non-organic flour. So there are a lot of different nuances. And this is both time and energy intensive. And then you start weighing whether you start fighting the windmills or you'd rather stay at home and use your flour to bake your cake for your family, you know. So we just have put this idea aside a bit for the future when we have more energy and time. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the question. It would probably be better to set up your own mill. Yes, I think we have just heard approaches. One approach by Gadas, another approach by Brigitai, and I would say that either of them is wrong because both approaches are right. Only the one who works that makes mistakes, and it is better to make mistakes, but learn from them and then share your story for others to learn from your mistakes. Now, I've been told that we have already spent 2 hours, and now I'd like to invite you for a short coffee break, and we're starting our conference in 15 minutes for those who are watching us.
transliacija vyksta. Taigi, ponas ir ponai, sveiki sugrįžę į konferenciją ir metas šiai konferencijai suteikti tarptautinio svorio, nes čia pasiruošęs pranešimą apie Latvijos iššūkius, Latvijos jaunųjų ūkininkų galimybės ir galbūt patarimus perskaityti Latvijos Kaimo konsultavimo
inviting the director of the International Cooperation and Economic Resources Department of the Latvian Rural Advisory and Training Center, Kaspars Žiurins, and Linda Silena will join.
It's nice to hear some tips from Latvian farmers, especially young farmers. So let's give the floor for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for inviting us here. So we and Linda are glad to be here and tell you about our programs and how we are working in the advisory service with the young farmers. So in the beginning will be some statistic data, but later on so we will work with some examples and we'll be kind to answer your questions, if there will be so. Okay, in the beginning, let's see what we are. And we are representing Latvia, the Rural Advisory and Training Center. And we are working in different areas in rural space, building and entrepreneurship, development, agriculture, forestry, fisheries. So we are coordinators of the rural CAP network and the fisheries network as well in Latvia. Next. About the plan, how to support young farmers in the previous period. So our organization, working for some time, around 30 years as well. So, and we developed our values, and those values are customer growth. So we try to put our customer in the first place, to listen to them, and to see what the services we could bring and how to develop, and develop the farm. Cooperation, by cooperating, we could achieve more for the benefit of our customers. The competence is very high value in our organization because we need to search new competence, new knowledge to bring to our clients. Integrity towards ourselves, honest for ourselves, the client and the colleagues, and independence, to bring independent advice. So we are working in all Latvia, in all historical regions of Latvia, and in several places there is more developed the fisheries and the forest advice, but in different areas more agriculture advice. So how our advisors look like? Average age of our employees are 46 years, so it's 6 years more than young farmer. So when you finish your young farmer per year, you could come and start to work in advice. About 11 years average work experience, and 70% employees with university degree, and 90% advisors and expert group with university degree. So now about the programs. In the year 1420, the beneficiary young farmer could get support if the applicant is not over 40 years of age, takes over or inherits the holding as owner for the first time, has not been registered as an economic operator more than 24 months, and at least have 320 hours of higher or secondary vocational training in agriculture. So those are preconditions. As well, precondition is turnover for the size, economical size of the holding, at least 15,000 euros and might not exceed 70,000 euros. So one more precondition was the applicant has drawn the business plan, and in previous years or period there was precondition as well that advisor looks through the plan and follow up the implementation of the plan. But in this period that was cancelled, and the young farmer just shall draw up the business plan and follow the business plan himself. So, and achieve targets. Net turnover has to be increased at least by 20%. The intensity of the support was 40,000, let's say, lump sum or grant. Yeah. So there was some priority project selection criteria. Main sector of activity of the holding: fruit growing, vegetable growing, livestock farming. Then education, then owned resources, investments foreseen in the business plan, fixed investments, if the farm is an organic farm, some bonus points, and farm membership of a cooperative. So those give some bonus points. So now about the statistics. There was 6 project submission calls in that period. Nearly 500 projects approved, and nearly 20 million euros. So 40% of the projects approved establish a new agriculture enterprise, and 60% take over or inherit the existing one. So investment projects under the measure investments were granted additional intensity for young farmers. And of all of the investment projects, around 40% with the public funding were implemented by the 36% of the money. This evaluation process for the program is just started, so this is quite hot information, let's say, because the evaluation process is going on, and there will be more valuable data available. But for the moment, we could see where the tendencies are going. And with these 500 projects, let's say, we are going forward good, but not enough. Because if you are looking for the age of the farm manager, then the age 65 years and more increasing, and the young farmer from 18 till 44 years still decreasing. It's still going down. Age and education. The percentage of the higher education is growing from 4.2% in year 2001 till 7.2% in 2020. And decreases the practical experience, only practical experience, and grows the basic training in agriculture, and as well the growth is for vocational or professional training in agriculture. So, then we have combined support as well through the direct payments for the young farmers. and there was some additional payment, around 50 euro per hectare, if you are a young farmer, in the single area payment scheme. So that's give some additional support for young farmers. A total of the 30 million was paid through this special scheme. So, and now what we learned and what the barriers was to implement better the program. And now I will go floor to Linda. Linda is our Deputy Director of the Economics Department, but as well working in University of Life Sciences and Doctor of Economics. So she has a very good practical experience with the young farmer projects and not only, please.
Thank you. Hello for everyone. And it's good that it's writing in regulations. But in lifetime, we can see the different situation. And I'm working with our bureaus, and I'm that person who helps the clients to get answers on their questions. And what we saw in previous period about these problems, what is connected with the Young Farmers Project, the main thing that is also in our country is access to land, because the area of land is not so many in market now, and if we are looking on the price of market is increasing, and in our agriculture area, Zemgala is also now at the moment is 10,000 to 12,000 for 1 hectare, and it's for young farmer is a very high level of financing. What need to find, and it became the more strongest barrier for projects for this moment. Also, we can talk about access to finances. It's good that we have parents with farms and with finances, but not for everyone. And for them who are trying to start with zero level, need to find somewhere this access to finance. And if we are looking to our clients, that we can see the opportunity to choose as a finance of loans, but not in banks. We have such institution as Altum, what is the government function to give this financial investments to them who are starting something, and it's possible to get finances also from them. If we are talking about incomes and perspectives, it's great that young people are coming with high level of ambitions, but if we are talking about projects, need to think also about this level of targets. If we have the rules that we need to increase turnover to 20%, it doesn't mean that you need to do in this period for 30, 40 or 50%. You can do this, but think when you are planning what to fill in this project, what to make this calculation for. And about also this last one, personal and family issues, about family and conflicts in family. Someone from experience said that parents give the hectares for starting business. it's great that you have, but sometimes parents said, it's great, you can start, but all process will be managed by me, not by you, but by me. And it's in future it's come to family conflicts, and it's necessary to understand how to prevent them. And also about education. My colleague says that educational level is important. Yes, it is important, but I need to look what kind of education you need. Sometimes for younger entrepreneurs came with good theoretical basis of knowledges, but they have no practical experience with practical knowledges for this branch that they choose. And it's also in close connection with consultants, how to help them to know more than at the beginning of projects, how to get this educational level in high, increased educational level. It's about working, and also it's important in rural areas that you have possibility to get incomes, that you are trying to live at the beginning. It's not possible to get millions. I will be glad if someone will take the hand and say, I have experience in millionary position, but if you have no possibility to get incomes in rural area, it will be as a problem also for project implementation process. Thank you for me. I will give you Kaspars.
Yeah, thank you. So let's continue. This way. And now we are switching to our additional programs, let's say, who was additionally through the advisory system given to the let's say, whole system of the agriculture, and this is the CAP network, additional activity, and this is 10th season for the implementation of the program whose name is Rural Action Today, or Day in the Field, or how to translate. So the main idea is through the schools introduce young enthusiasts with the agriculture. So for this year, for example, it's happening now in April, and there is making some class groups. They are answering victory questions. They are making videos of the theme, and they are making some games themselves, and then they will meet and exchange experiences. And there is participant numbers in the years. So what we achieved working with the schools. So then in our system, we are trying to develop the young people, not the young farmers, but the young people, and give them opportunity to write a business plan and go through the competition and get some seed money for their businesses. Not only agriculture, but as well agriculture. It's this activity, Laukien. So it's to be future for the agriculture, let's say, for the rural areas. The meaning of this logo. So, and idea is that we could invite young people to create their business plans with the mentors, with the advisors together. Then these business plans are going through the competition, and we work with the mentoring program. So just to bring some mentor advice into the business plans. Then competition, and then some support programs. is small seed money from our programs, but we could join the program through the autumn, what was mentioned by Linda, by different organizations, or with banks and take some loans and develop businesses. Tomorrow we will have final competition, so we with Linda will go, and we had this year 45 participants in the beginning, and now in the final will be 15. So we will evaluate the 15 participants, and there will be some winners. So then there is next step of the growth, and this is the growth, and this is the shine. So let's say develop your business and shine. So this idea came that in agriculture we don't have the way how to support change of the agriculture direction in the farm, or how to support young farmers coming in. This is about the last I told, so this participant level, so I jump further. So the previous experience, our advisors' work was that we are asking the client what they need and bring the advice for the client. It's consulting, training, or some other services. But in this approach, what is the incubation approach, let's say, to change the business or to invite the new farmer there was developed the idea that several advisors need to work with the client, go deeper in the farm, dig some information out, ask the questions, because the farmer should answer the questions themselves, but we should support. And this incubation pilot project was in last period. There was 107 farms participated, and around 20 was the young farmers. The others was the older ones who would like to change. So, and now we are working for continuation of this project and try to keep this support level for the farms who would like to change. So, thank you. That was briefly. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kaspas. Linda. Ar turite klausimų kažkas pranešėjams? Yeah, for sure, I heard some similar, for sure, different numbers, but similar tendencies of Lithuanian and Latvian agriculture.
Yeah, we are neighbors.
Yeah, maybe you saw some differences between projects, between European support or something, some differences, how we can learn from Latvia and what we can take to Lithuania here.
From organization perspective, let's say, or for program perspective, Latvia chose the way that we could put the programs and supporting system in one organization. So that gave us opportunity to use specialists in one organization for different programs. And that's how we could use experts in a high level of use, let's say, in intense way, but for different programs. That's the way how Latvia choose, and that's the way how we are going. If it's possible, if it's needed, please learn and use our experience.
Thank you. Ar turit kas dar klausimų? Jeigu klausimų neturi, tai iš tiesų šiandien mes kalbame ir apie realią patirtį ir apie realių ūkininkų patirtį. Turėjome turėti čia ir realius žmonės, bet šiuolaikinių technologijų pagalba mes turėsime bet kuriuo atveju pranešimą apie jų patirtį ir todėl, tikriausiai todėl, kad darbai jau prasidėjo ūkiuose ir mūsų broliai iš Latvijos, Gunars, Arturs Vygans, negalėjo čia atvykti, bet vis dėlto jų pristatymą šitoje konferencijoje mes irgi turėsim. Ir apie brolių ekologinį ūkį, įkurtą netoli Ogrės upės kur vaizdingame peizaže ganosi bandos mėsinių galvijų. Tai štai čia turėsime ir apie tai pasakojimą. Aš tikiuosi, kad gerbiamas Kasparas mums pagelbės. I hope you'll help us to hear about Gunnar's and Artur's vegans.
Yes, after the video, then.
Ērgļu novadā Ogres ielais dabas parkā, kur cauri savā līkumainajā plūdumā vijas Ogres upe un visapkārt plešas dabiskās pļavas, un tā caur plūmājam pāri pļavai pie savas aimniekas teicis vesels lopu vars. Bet tā taču ir īpaši aizsargāta teritorija, vai tad drīkst veikt saimniecisko darbību un karīt gaļas lopus? Ja tie ir saimnieki, kas dabu sargā, mīl, apbrīno un saudzē, tad drīkst. Daba nav spētnīca, bet darbnīca. Un brāļi vīganti tie apdomīgi saimnieko savā pilna ciklu bioloģiskajā saimniecībā uzņēmumā Sierra 3D Pro. No jau 13. gadu brāļi vīgantu pamata nodarbošanās ir gaļas lopkopība un augkopība. Uzņēmuma ganāmpulkā ir 205.
Viskas gerai, bet kuriuo atveju jūs kalbą, taigi suprantat visi, kaip būtų. Man regis, toj pat ir vaizdą pamatysim ir bus dar lengviau suprasti.
Ērgļu novadā Ogres ielais dabas parkā, kur cauri savā līkumainajā plūdumā vijas Ogres upe un visapkārt plešas dabiskās pļavas. Un tā savā plūmājam pāri pie savas aimniekas teicis vesels lopu vars. Bet tā taču ir īpaši aizsargāta teritorija. Vai drīkst saimniecisko darbību un karīt gaļas lopus? Ja tie saimnieki, kas dabu sargā, mīl, apbrīno un saudzē, tad drīkst. Daba nav spētnīca, bet darbnīca. Un brāļi vīganti tie apdomīgi saimnieko savā pilna ciklu bioloģiskajā saimniecībā uzņēmumā Sierra 3D Pro. No jau 13. gadu brāļi vīganti pamata nodarbošanās.
They are growing livestock. 260 livestock units. 1,500 hectares of the land has this farm. There is meadows, there is arable land. As well, they are growing grains. And the development idea is just to grow with production of the livestock meat. So together with the brother, they are merging businesses and making a production line for the meat. Make the new marketing name for that and selling product not only in Latvia but as well exporting. So the brothers looking for the future, looking for the development that they heard, invite the visitors to the farm. And each year they are doing investments through the project possibilities. Manure storage, different equipment units, solar panels, and etc. So farm is using and developing each possibility and opportunity to develop. They have a very good, close relationship with our Madonna office, and they are representing winners of the year of the biological farm, this competition in Latvia. Thank you for watching this presentation and enjoying the meeting.
Paldies, Kasparas. Tai man regis, kad jeigu tik tai turėsite klausimų ir detalesnių, asmeniškesnių, asmeniškų, kas galbūt tik tai jums asmeniškai rūpi, tai gerbiamas Kasparas ar Linda turės progą atsakyti juos pietų metu. Kaip tik šiuo metu numatyta pietų pertrauka ir matau, kad latviškai viskas vyksta daug greičiau. Latvių kalba visgi turbūt aiškesnė ir greitesnė pasakyti, ar ne? Todėl mes sutaupę tą laiką, kurį buvome užtęsę, dabar galime skirti pietums ir po pietų pertraukos grįžti čia 13:30 minučių, kad galėtume tęsti mūsų konferenciją. Paldies.
usłyszeć. Kaip jau pristatė mane, dirbo Žemės ūkio konsultavimo tarnyboje Lenkijoje, tai yra Palankės šepetavo centras Žemės ūkio konsultavimo, dirbau Seimo apskrities biurą ir gal pradžiai papasakosiu apie patį biurą. Mus dirba 5 darbuotojai. Tai yra Seimo apskritis viena iš mažesnių apskričių yra Palankės vaivadijoje. Yra tik 4 valsčiai, maždaug apie 2300 ūkių yra. Tų ūkių struktūra gana atspindi visos Palankės vaivadijos maždaug ir vidutinį dydį, ir produkcijos kryptis. Mūsų darbuotojai dirbam, kiek spėjau pasikalbėti su Lietuvos žemės ūkio konsultantais, truputį mes dirbam kiekvienas visą darbą praktiškai. Turim savo žmonės, su kuriais dirbam. Ir praktiškai, jeigu aš bendradarbiauju su vienu ūkininku, tai praktiškai jam stengiuosi visą paslaugą jau bendrą pateikti. Yra kaip kiekvienos išeities, man atrodo, ir pliusų ir minusų. Ir galbūt yra pliusas tai, kad aš labai gerai tą ūkį pažįstu, žinau, kokie jo poreikiai yra. Man lengviau yra pasiūlyti jam ar kažkokį projektą, ar kažkokią priemoką pasiūlyti naują, ar iš vis kažkokią sumanimą. Bet taip yra sunku, kad kai sako visko daug reikia žinot, tai taip irgi žmogus esi tokias labai geras visose srityse. Vienose geriau žinių turi, kitose mažiau, bet stengiamės dirbam. Kiek aš matau, Žemės ūkio konsultavimo tarnyba Lenkijoje yra labai reikalinga. Prie projektų ar prie priemokų, prie kitų veiksmų, tos dokumentacijos yra labai daug. Ir ūkininkai kartais bijo tų naujų projektų, naujų iššūkių. Ir kartais, jeigu
if you encourage the farmer and promise the farmer to help him or her, the farmer feels more confident, because in terms of your support, sometimes the hardest part is to make the first step, and the farmers need information, they need assistance. So the Agricultural Advisory Service plays an important role here. And I think that there is still much to do, and we have to make sure that we satisfy the farmers' needs and demands, and we will try our best to continue working for them. I have prepared a short presentation for you today to present the general picture of agriculture in Poland. Poland is a bit larger than Lithuania, and farms are very different. There are 16 voivodeships, and the farms are different. They are diverse. It is difficult to compare the voivodeships because they differ by average farm size, the production structure, and climate is different. If we take the area close to the border with Lithuania, it is different in terms of different aspects compared to, for example, the south of Poland. The vegetation period is longer in the south, and the crop structure is also different. Within Poland, the diversity is fairly large, and I will try to present the overall picture. Here you can see the average Polish farm size by voivodeships. As you can see, the average size is growing, it changes. And it differs considerably by voivodeship. In Polessia voivodeship, the average size in 2024, it was 12.96 hectares. There are voivodeships where the average size is much higher. The Western Pomoravia voivodeship, it is much higher. In the Polish south, farm size is 4.36 hectares on average, so the farms are smaller. So you see the difference. This parameter is closely related to the young farmers' premium. In Poland, we call it a premium or a payout, a support. And it is, and one of the main requirements was that the new farm was established with the area at least the average size of Poland. And if the average size was lower than the Polish average, the new farm had to be at least the size of the average size of the voivodeship. This was intended to make sure that the farms are not too fragmented, they are not too small. But you know, there are a lot of different changes, and it seems that naturally the average size of farms is growing. For your information, I have prepared this slide on the organic production in Poland. In 2022, there were 22,882 organic farms in Poland. This number is increasing gradually. However, they account only for 2% of all farms.
Galbūt dabar jau
and this percentage would be expected to increase since there are calls to start producing organic production at farms, and this encouragement comes in the form of payments, supports. Currently, this support is twice as high as in the previous period of 2014 to 2020 in terms of organic production. But, this does not play the essential role in terms of boosting organic products. But it seems that the organic farms are more interested in payouts themselves rather than producing the organic production, organic foods. So this is the crop structure. If we compare 2023 to 2004, the crop structure has changed. With every time there is more maize and probably less meadows. So I know that in Lithuania the cereal mixes are not practiced, but in Lithuania, for example, there is oat with barley or oat with barley and wheat. But the general trend is that the mixed crops are becoming less popular. This is probably because farms are getting more specialized, and the mixes used to be sown for forage at animal farms. And it is also more difficult to sell the crops, the cereals, in the mixed form for other purposes than forage. Here you can see meat production. And you see the figures in thousands of tons. These are meat products, the amount of meat products. 1,300,000 tons of animal products. Pork, 2,500,000 tons. There's also poultry, there's also horse products and so on. As you see, the horse products have, meat products have reduced. And if we compare it to 2017 or 2018, certain categories have increased in amounts. Based on the data for 2020, 56% of farms had only plant products. 44% of farms had mixed products, including plant and crops and animals. In terms of the changes, we can see that the animal production is in decline. Increasingly more farms step away from animal farming and focus on crop production. These are the trends. Well, there are probably a lot of reasons to that. Animal farming requires more labor, a person is more tied to the farm. Smaller farms also may play the role here. And small farms probably decide to abandon animal farming and they start renting out the land or sell the land. So the trend is that the average size of farms is growing and smaller farms, well, usually they just join larger farms in the form of rent or sale, and they just stop operating eventually as separate units. The sales structure of agricultural products is as follows. 59% of sales of all agricultural products are the animal products. 41% is plant products from farm. And this is the sales structure. Here you can see the average farmers, average farmer's age, and you can see that the trend is similar in Latvia. In Lithuania, I think the trend is similar, that the farmer's age is increasing. The farmers are becoming increasingly older, and as you can see, gradually the age is increasing. In general, the strategic support plan for 2014 to 2020 was used by about 28% of farms with the area of up to 1 hectare and up to 84% of farms with the area over 100 hectares. And this shows that larger farms are more promising. They are probably more open to innovation, to investment, while smaller farms, there are a lot of such farms with the area of up to 1 hectare, and they virtually exist only by growing vegetables, fruit, and they use the support very scarcely. Now let's speak about the young farmers' support for the period 2014 and 2020. Over the period, there were 35,647 applications submitted. The applications were accepted starting 2015 up to 2022. And you see that the number of applications differs by year. There were changes to the requirements as well. At first, initially, the requirements were stricter. Maybe less stricter requirements became an impetus for the farmers to apply for the support. The ministry probably took into account the level of interest in the program. There was also the risk that the funds would not be used, that the support would not be allocated to the farmers, that the funds would not be absorbed, and that, it would be ineffective. So what were the main requirements? Farmers age up to 40 years old, education in agriculture or commitment to complete an education. If a farmer already had an education in agriculture, there were initial additional points allocated. If there was no education, the farmer had to commit to complete additional education. The economic value of the farm would be at least 13,000 euros. The size of the new farm had to be at least the average size farm in Poland, or if the voivodeship average size of the farm is lower, then the farm had to be at least the average size of the farm size in the voivodeship. At least 70% of the land had to be owned by the farmer. The economic value had to be increased by at least 10%. There had to be a business plan to be implemented, and accounting at the farm had to be performed. The support was recognized according to the following procedure. There were points or scores. In the period from 2015 to 2017, the farmer had to collect at least 12 points. It was difficult to attain this number of points, and consequently, in the period from 2018 to 2022, the minimal amount of points was reduced to 8 points. What were these points allocated for? The surface area of the farm, up to 7 points. The larger the farm, the more the points. Education would give you from 2 to 5 points. Basic education in agriculture 2 points, and higher education up to 5 points. Construction investment related to farm would give you 3 points. There were very few of such investments. A majority would invest into machinery. Probably there were not much desire to invest into construction, because construction investments require a lot of documents, a lot of additional calculations, and there were a lot of doubts because their control was very strict, and they would be measuring buildings up to the accuracy of 1 centimeter, so this was very problematic. The form of cooperation between farmers would give you 1 point, preparation for products for sale would give you 1 point, processing of farm products 1 point, fertilization plan would give you 2 points, investments that would be environmentally friendly would give you 5 points. There was the list of investments or equipment, such as, for example, a sprayer, or, for example, fertilizer spreader that would help you set the fertilization amounts in a more accurate way. So this equipment would give you additional points. There were points allocated for the age gap. If the age gap between the parents usually and their children was from 15 to 25 years, this would give you 2 points. If the age gap was 25 years or more, this would give you 4 points. And the points for taking over the whole farm would be 3 points. There were cases where the farm would be divided. For example, up to the average size, the minimum size required, such as 12 hectares, this would be translated into a new separate farm, and the parents would continue farming there because the parents did not want to abandon farming. And consequently, if a child took over the whole farm, this would give this new farmer additional 3 points. In terms of the support amount, I just wanted to recalculate this into euros, but to just give you a general picture, over the period of 2015 to 2018, the support was 100,000 zloty. This was about 23,200 euros. And in the period from 2019 to 2022, this was 150 zloty, or about 34,800 euros. The support was paid in two parts. The first part was 80%, and then I think I have made a mistake here on the slide, then it was 20,000 zloty. And in the second period, where the support amount was 150,000 zloty, and I apologize again, I made a mistake on the slide. The first part was 120,000 zloty, and another part was 30,000 zloty. 70% of support had to be used to purchase non-current assets, which meant machinery, certain construction, and another 30% of the support could be used for purchase of fuel, of fertilizers, chemicals, forage, fodder. So around 30% could be used for the materials. The commitment period was 5 years. The commitment period started with the moment the farmer received the first part of the payout. The process was as follows. The application was submitted. The agency would go through that application, and if the support is recognized, there would be an application to receive the first part of the payment, and the day the first part of the payment was deposited into the farmer's account, this commitment period would start, the 5 years for the whole program. In 3 years, or in exceptional case 4 years, the farmer would have to implement that plan. And the remaining 1 or 2 years, the farmer would have to maintain the economic value of the farm. And before the end of the 5-year period, the farmer had to submit a report to the agency proving that the economic value was maintained, that accounting was performed, and so the documentation had to be submitted to the agency. And a few words about the new strategic plan for the period of 2023 to 2027. In 2023, there were 3,918 applications submitted. In 2024, there were around 1,800 applications. Some applications were still accepted in September, and not all of them have yet been reviewed, and not all applications have been completed yet, so they are still being deliberated. One of the major changes compared to the last period is that the amount is higher, 200,000 zloty, which is around 46,500 euros. And now the farmer has their business plan, which is targeted towards the sale of products. And the farmer has to prove that over the 3 years from the application, the farmer would increase the sale from the farm, not just the economic value. They will have to submit the documented proof that the sale of product from the farm would have increased by 30% or more. In terms of young farmers, the old strategic plan of 2014 to 2020, the young farmers would receive special support in that They could submit applications for modernization, and young farmers would receive higher amounts. The farmer had at first to implement the modernization using own funds, and then would be able to give the payout of 40% or 30%, or if this was a farmer of up to 40 years of age, they would recover up to 60% of investments. So these were the benefits for the young farmers in the previous period. And seeing what happens in what is happening in the countryside, it could be concluded that the support did not encourage the farmer to associate their life with farm, but would help the existing farmer to maintain the farm. There might have been certain individual cases where the farmers decided to stay in the farm rather than abandon it. But this support also helped those who were just starting out with farming and associated their future with agriculture. It is difficult to forecast what is going to happen next. In the recent years, changes have become faster. The animal production is in decline. A lot of young people are reluctant to engage in farming. They look for easier money. And maybe some other measures would be needed, apart from the support, in order to encourage young people to stay in the countryside. But I think that this process is partially inevitable, and still the countryside is going to become emptier, and the farming structure is probably going to change anyway. But there is hope and wish that the countryside would develop. However, the prospects are not very pleasing, and every time we need more decisiveness, more energy and intention to engage in farming. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Jonas. Do you have any questions to Jonas? Gedas, please. Thank you very much for the presentation. One of the questions is as follows. Did this system of calculating points prove itself right? In terms of transfer of the farm as a whole unit or as parts of a farm? Well, you know, actually the farm would be divided when the parents were still young, they were not in their retirement age, and the land was sufficient to divide. I think that this was not the decisive factor. The points did not determine the decision to divide the farm. So this scheme did not encourage the parents to give the farm to their children. No, I think not. And my question is, was the budget of the period from 2014 to 2020 absorbed in Poland in full? We'll still have holes for support from the previous period in Lithuania. Well, in Poland, there are no new applications, but in 2022, there were still other programs that wanted to absorb those previous period funds. And I think that the young farmer support has even been overused. The ministry has transferred the funds from other unabsorbed areas because even more funds were used than expected in terms of the young farmers' support. And as you could observe, the requirements became less strict, the number of points was reduced, the amount was increased, just to make sure that the support is absorbed correctly. In terms of points, the overall amount of points, the maximum amount of points was 30 or 32 points, depending on the age gap. If more than 25 years age gap, this would be 32 points. If less, 30 points, the maximum number of points. And only 10% of points would be the points if whole farm was transferred. But the transitional number of points was 12 points at first, but then 8 points only. So this category of transfer of farm were not decisive. I wonder what was the maximum amount of points collected by applications in general. The farm size would give up to 7 points. The lowest number of points was 2 points. In my region, for example, there were not many cases where a large farm would be transferred from parents to children, in particular when farms were divided. And there was no basis to make the farm larger. But you know, sometimes they managed to collect those minimal points. Sometimes it was easier to do, sometimes harder, but they succeeded in doing that. There were not no major challenges to that. The issue was related to calculations. Sometimes the farmers would forget entering something into the application. For example, a commitment was included into the application, but for certain reasons the farmer would not implement that commitment. But there were no major problems, as I have said. If the payment was not recognized, or if a farmer received the first payment and had to return it, well, you know, these were very rare cases, and you actually had to try very hard to grade those problems for yourselves. In Poland, increasingly larger farms received the support, over 100 hectares. Is the situation the same in Lithuania? The smaller the farm, the less the support it gets. Could Saulius or someone from the Lithuanian side comment on that? I take interest into the strategic plan measures and so on. In Lithuania, this is not the case. This is not just farms over 100 hectares. No, there are young farmers with 20 hectares and other land areas, and there are even support measures for smaller farms. And I'd even say that the farms with over 200 hectares receive less support, since we have points for the farm size. The larger the farm, the less the support, since it is easier to establish yourself if your farm is large already. So, if you have up to 70 hectares, it is easier for you to get the support. Another question that I have is 12 plus hectares in Paliesiė voivodeship of average size. How about Lithuania? In Lithuania, the farms are also becoming larger, aren't they? If we compare farming in a large farm and in a small farm, let's say over 100 hectares compared to 12 hectares, which is easier in terms of farming? And what challenges are smaller farm owners facing? Smaller farmers are facing the following challenge. If they specialize, they would not be able to sustain their operations. There are farmers who work at a company but live on a farm, live in a countryside, and farming is more of a hobby for them than a serious production. And if we compare it to, for example, southern Poland, farms are very small. And in southern Poland, farmers grow strawberries, blackcurrant, and other berries. And they can earn profit on the small land area as an additional profit. And as I can see, in the neighboring voivodeship, there are 1,000-hectare large farms, and they focus and develop crop production. In Paliesiė, on the other hand, dairy farming is more popular. This is partly determined by landscape. There are a lot of pastures, meadows. And staying just with crop production would be very difficult. This is why in our voivodeship, dairy farming is also popular. And each voivodeship differs from other voivodeships, and that is why the process of support allocation differs by voivodeship. Does anyone have any other questions?
When the points are awarded according to the age, what are the youngest people who use those points, say, at 20 years of age? And is there no conflict with the 40-year-olds? No, there have been no conflicts. The youngest were 18 year-olds who were seeking this support. And no, there was no conflict because it was important to have people who want to use the support. So the people who are around 40 hardly start farming. Probably the age was up to 25, maximum 30. Those were young farmers who set up farms or start farms. And as I said, there was a different support structure for young farmers when they used to receive 10% more. And then the older farmers used this because they already had production and use the support for modernization. And 10% was really significant for them. Thank you, Jonas. I think we worked in many questions.
Ir čia gerbiamas Jonas labai gražiai papasakojo tokią įžangą į tai, ką girdėsime dabar. Ačiū Jums, kad atvežėt mums šiek tiek tos Lenkijos patirties, bet dabar mes visus pakviesim nusikelti į pačią Lenkiją, pas vieną tokį jaunąjį ūkininką Robertą Pečiulį. Robertas irgi kalbės gražiai lietuvių kalba, jūs irgi visi puikiai suprasite. Ir Robertas sako tuos pačius dalykus, ką štai Jonas kalbėjo, kad
He says that livestock business is not so interesting for young people because it's difficult compared to crop production. Both of them talk about machinery.
Mano tėvai ir mūsų daugumos čia tėvai ir seneliai važiavo į Lenkiją pirkti lenkiškos technikos. Dabar jau panašu, kad ir Lenkijoje stengiamas įsigyti dar modernesnę galbūt skandinavišką techniką, kuri yra našesnė, kuri yra mažiau gendanti. Apie tą kalbą ir tas mūsų jaunasis kaiminėtas ūkininkas Robertas Pečiulis. Tiesiai iš Lenkijos kviečia visus nusikelti ten, tą kraštovaizdį ir labai
In the eastmost part of Poland, Polski young farmer Robertas Pečiulis continues family farming tradition and is developing a beef cattle farm. With the EU support funds and consultancy, he invests into equipment and sustainable development. What has he managed to achieve with the rural development program, and what do advisory specialists say about challenges and opportunities? Meet Robertas, whose persistence and family support are turning into tangible results. I have been operating my farm for 5 years already. I inherited my farm from my parents, and I have been working there since I was a kid. This prompted me to undertake farming. So did you come back to the village, or had you never left it? Actually, I studied in Poland and Lithuania, and then I returned to the farm. So you chose beef cattle farming. Your mother is engaged in dairy production. Why did you decide so? In dairy, you are very restricted by the schedule, in particular morning milking. While I want to be less bound, I want to have more free decisions. So I wanted to ask you about young farmers in Punsk. Are they taking over parents' farms, continuing the traditions? Or is it too burdensome? I'd say too binding, and only few young people have this instilled from the childhood, so they undertake farming. Meanwhile, the majority opt for easier, less tiresome jobs. What do you like about farming? What inspires you to go down this path? Farming is what I've been doing since I was a small kid. I keep learning. We modernize our pool, and that is interesting. You've mentioned modernization. What is the size of your farm now? How many cattle do you have? At present, there are 60 heads of cattle. We have 60 hectares of our own land, and we also rent land. We grow maize, grass, and cereals. There's also rapeseed. We prepare a large share of forage ourselves. We make forage meal, so we use our own efforts and additives additionally. Is forage sufficient? So far, it's been sufficient, but there have been increasing droughts, so we need to plan ahead the quantities to put aside and store. We need to diversify to say what pays off and what doesn't. This is why we also sow rapeseed and cereals as a substitute if needed. So you operate your beef cattle farm, but you're also involved in your mom's dairy farm. Yes, that's why we need a lot of forage. This is why we do not focus solely on cattle, but also on crop farming, and we grow different crops. What solutions have you implemented, and how has the EU support helped you to modernize your farm? We purchased tractors and other equipment which is more efficient. It does not require a lot of servicing, and it is more cost efficient. We are more productive, we can grow more, we can till more land, and consequently there is more money left to invest and modernize, and that brings more profit. We do the same amount of work in a shorter period of time, and it is more convenient. What is your general opinion about the rural development plan measures? I applied for the young farmers support, which I used to purchase a rake, to rake the grass that we would otherwise be raking manually. This speeds up the work. You've mentioned that in contrast to Lithuania and Poland, you can use the young farmers support to purchase new equipment only. Yes, this was the condition. The young farmer support was not very large. We could afford only a rake. There was some money left, but not much. So basically, it was only a rake. Not much. No, not much. But still, it was an important help, right? It was important. We were able to speed up our works and to rake the hay faster. How about the application process itself? Was it challenging? Personally, for me, this was not too challenging in terms of commitments. Our lands advisory body helped me out there to collect all the paperwork to complete the application. Did it take longer to decide to apply or to decide what to purchase? The decision about what I can purchase took longer. It was not easy to choose what to purchase for the amount granted. Of course, we would have liked more. So we finally decided to purchase one quality item to actually do the work rather than purchase a lot of different low-quality items. Do you think it is worth consulting an economist when developing a business plan? Yes, it's always worth talking to an economist, some farmers, to learn their perspective about what is worth modernizing. You need to look at the conditions as well, because cattle farming faces different diseases, and this naturally leads to the diversification of the farm that covers crops and cattle. But you know, people will need food, you will need to eat something, and someone will need to produce the food. So I see this as a promising direction. Yet people plan ahead. Are you intending to expand your farm with the upcoming support period? Processing, perhaps? Or have you never thought about it? Probably not processing. I'd probably say we would focus on modernization in terms of autonomous driving systems in the tractors to speed up the work in the fields, because that helps when there are larger areas of land. We are thinking about reducing the number of cattle. Yes, reducing because it's hard work, and to focus more on crop production. But time will show, and that also depends on the market and what pays off and what doesn't. Of course, climate change also has an impact. Yes, it does, and it's difficult to predict which way we are going to turn in 5 or 10 years. But the fact is that people eat, and they will keep eating. Yes, that's right. So what does your experience and the experience of your peers say? What do consumers choose? Do they choose based on quality, price, or origin? In Lithuania, the pattern is the price first, then the origin, and then quality. What's it like in Poland? I'd say most important is quality, then comes the origin, and price is in the last place. But people view this in different ways. For some people, price is the most important because they want cheaper products, and quality matters less. Of course, quality does matter most, because if you want quality food, it will have its price, because it costs more than to produce than the food of low quality. And a good farmer is not just the one who just produces food. There's much more to that to provide quality products. What else do you need to keep in mind? A good farmer needs to set objectives to focus on. Then comes good quality product. It is important to be able to manage the farm. Diversification is important. The land quality here is not really high. It's class 6 to 4, one of the worst in Poland, because it's largely clay and sand. This is why there are more cattle farmers here, since it's more profitable than crop production. Coming back to the EU support, the support period that is coming to an end, and that you've used, are you thinking of currently using it for something else? Maybe even after 2027, do you have any plans A and B? Not for this year, due to a great deal of variables, and we don't actually know where they will take us. And if this year turns out to be fine, then next year we'd apply for EU support to purchase the autonomous driving systems. As I have mentioned, with the help of the consultant. There are fewer restrictions in Lithuania regarding the agricultural machinery. You can buy a larger machinery, and it is not restrictive. In Poland, there are a lot of restrictions. We buy a lot with our own money, since there's a size limitation, and we cannot buy what we would like to buy using the EU funds. We are instructed on the machinery size. We can buy according to the land plot. For example, we cannot buy a larger lawnmower because we don't have so much land. I'd say the conditions are better in Lithuania. We need to have a lot of land to be eligible to buy the machinery of the size that is available to the land farmers owning half the area. So there are a lot of restrictions. In case of the rake, I had to prepare an application where I had to indicate that I'd be mowing 3 times to get the rake I needed. So the restrictions are much bigger here, and they are imposed by other people, so it's not the farmer who decides what exactly to buy. So there is still room for improvement for the sake of the future of farmers to make it easier. Yes, we are using the EU funds, but we are already thinking whether they'll actually help us if we can only buy a smaller piece of machinery that will not take us forward. Then what's the point? It's not just Robertas, but more farmers that used the support in Seine County. There are about 2,300 farms, and there are also a lot of small farms. To be eligible for the young farmer support, the new farm had to have either an area equal to the average in the voivodeship or the average in Poland. Currently, it is 12.5 hectares for the farmers to be eligible. So the production situation is not reflected by the number of farms and the average area. Actually, there are fewer farms that are actively engaged in production and that have a larger average area. There are unofficial rents where larger farms rent the land. When the Rural Development Program Fund was launched in 2014, from 2014 to 2020, about 50 young farmers used this support that was offered by our Agricultural Advisory Service. About 50 other projects were prepared by other institutions, including the Chamber of Agriculture and private companies. In general, if you look back, were there a lot of challenges related to the Rural Development Program that we can draw lessons from. My objective at the Agricultural Advisory Service is to help farmers with documentation. In the last Rural Development Program period, the paperwork was challenging, but now I can see that instead of making it less complicated, it became more complicated. Farmers need even more help. Previously, it seemed that so much paperwork was required, but now it has become even more difficult to complete all the process with a positive result. And the scope of paperwork is really large, but it's not only a challenge, but also an opportunity. So what are the opportunities of the Rural Development Plan? The support from the Rural Development Program encourages a leap forward. For example, a farmer buys machinery and they get the compensation of some of the money, and they can invest wisely. And this is a step forward for the farm. My wish is that the villages do not become abandoned. A modern farm is not just equipment or buildings, it's the courage to change, the desire to learn and trust your choices. Robert's story is a living proof that when ideas are accompanied by knowledge, family support helps continue the traditions and provides an optimistic look. In Punsk, just like in Lithuania, there are increasingly more such stories.
Iš tikrųjų yra dėl ko ir ploti, ir ko pasimokyti, Robertas lygiai taip pat kaip štai Gedas prieš tai, Jonas paantrino, kad vien ta paspirtis, vien ta parama, jeigu nėra vizijos, tai nebus tai, kas sukurs tą tikrą ir gerą vertę. So we were in bigger country, and now it's time to turn our attention to Estonia, to smallest of our Baltic sisters.
I'd like to invite on the stage Mr. Lehalais, leisti pakviesti į sceną ir mūsų mažiausias iš Baltijos seserų atstovą, tai yra
Estijos konsultavimo tarnybos mokymo ir konsultavimo paslaugų vadovą, poną Lehalais.
My presentation. Okay, I can help you. Yes, thank you. As I said, my name is Leo. I'm from Lithuania, and first, some words about our microphone. My name is Leo, I'm from Estonia, and firstly I talk some words about our organization, Center of Estonian Rulers of Research and Knowledge. The three main focus areas we have: research activities in agricultural areas, laboratories and field testing, and my job in MEDCI is knowledge and advisory service. I'm head of this unit in MEDCI. As I understand, we have a little bit lack of time, so I'll make it quick. MEDCI was established in 2023 by merging two former organizations. We are government-owned. Over 100 years of knowledge, we are in 8 different locations in Estonia and 300 and a little bit more employees. So, about agriculture in numbers in Estonia. Firstly, land, or I think the proper way is we are not buying land, we are buying soil. This is the main need in agriculture, what we need. In Estonia, average price of agricultural land is a little bit more than 6,000 euros per hectare, and average rent price per year is 102 euros per hectare. So, but we have, with good soil, the land can buy more than 10,000 euros per hectare. So even there are some deals, 15,000 and a little bit more even. So we need good soil, we need good land. In Estonia total, we have a little bit less than 1 million hectares of agricultural land, and about 225,000 of this is organic. In Estonia, we have about 11,000 agricultural households, and we have about average 90 hectares per household. So we are really top in the EU. Is it good or is it bad? Little good, little bad. So, cereal production last year was a little bit more than 1.3 tons. Potato production was a little bit more than 74,000 tons. Those are the yearly numbers. Milk production 231 tons, and this is the fourth quarter of last year. Meat production 29,000 tons, also last quarter of last year. Egg production 49,000. In Estonia, one of the 2 eggs is locally produced, so half of them we have to import. And average purchase price of milk was in February 524 euros ton. So, some numbers. Agriculture and environment. Pesticides used per hectare, 2.5 kilograms per year. Quantity of pesticides used in a year was 611,000 tons. Carbon dioxide emission from agriculture 192,000 tons, and methane emission 28,000 tons here. So, now I jump a little bit back in the history. Our former president, Lennart Meri, said that the situation, but it's the fertilizer for our future. If you think back to the year 1997, when he said it, and when we think where we are now, then I think we are come a pretty long way. And my story starts about the same time. I was a young schoolboy, and I thought that maybe one day I have my own farm. And lived more than 10 years after that, I had a dream that I have my own sheep farm. I'll sit in the balcony, drink the port wine, and life is good. It was my dream. So, in 2009, I made a business plan. I finished vocational school. I got my animal husbandry specialist degree in level 5. And I thought that, yes, now I can go. I made an application. I got 40,000 euros. 400 ewes, rented 200 hectares grassland. And yes, then it began. And it wasn't, the start was good. Everything was going quite good, I think. But then the problems began. My first tractor, like it was mentioned before, blew bellows. Minus 10 degrees, it took half a day to start it. And all of this kind of problems, you think that why am I doing this? And as you see, today I'm not doing this. I'm really happy about those people who were talking before me, and there are good stories, and there will be a lot of good stories. Would I do it again? Yes. But now, I think I'm a lot smarter than I were then. So, in Estonia we have saying, a wise person learns from the mistakes of others, a fool only from their own. I think on these times I were the fool one. I tried to do everything by myself. I had 2 friends from this school. One was also the sheep farmer, another one was the beekeeper. And this was, I would say, the whole group of people I had time to communicate. because all the farming took all your time. You have no time. If you think that we get the money, we make our investments, but then you have to think, where is your salary? You make your investments, then at least 1 year you have to wait to get income into your company. Where are your investments? The sheep, they have diseases, they have wolves. My nightmare one night was 40 dead sheep by the wolf. It was 5% of my herd. I had a hunting license, but by the government this year we didn't have a license to kill the wolves because they said we don't have it. Where is your family if you are farming 24/7? Where are your friends? I met my 2 friends maybe once a month. We made a sauna, we discussed all the problems, we cried, and then we went back to work. Where is your mental health if you are farming? Who is supporting you? Your family is waiting you home. Your friends they're gone. You don't have any friends. And mostly, where is your time? Where is your time for yourself? So, my dream ended. It took 6 years, and I admit I failed, but I learned a lot. So, today I'm here, and I think as the head of the Estonian Advisory Service, we have a lot of work to do to support young farmers. Money isn't the biggest issue today. It's an issue, I agree. But we might have money, but if we don't work with the other problems, the money won't help us to survive. So, how was the years 2014 to 2020 in Estonia? Firstly, average age of our farmers is 55.8 years. 8% of farmers are younger than 35 years. So, as you can see, the green ones only. Support for young farmers in these years from 2018 budget per year and maximum money for one application.
Estonia, I think we have made right decisions because if you watch how much costs the hectare of land, and if you want to go agricultural business, the land is the main issue. With 100,000 euros, you can buy a lot of land, and if you buy land, you can buy anything else. So the land is I would say, one of the biggest problems for young farmers. If you have enough luck and you have parents who are in the sector and they can give you land, it's good. But if you are just a little city boy and you want to make your dream, you can't buy the land. Okay. If you would like to get this money, and we will go on this program also this year in August, you can also apply it again. Age up to 40 years, like the other countries, occasional education or work experience in the agriculture sector, and or commitment to get education in 2 years. At the moment, Estonia, we are discussing it should be 2 years or 3 years, but it's not really a big issue. Support was paid out in 2 parts, 75% and 25%, and at least 5 years commitment to do it. So I finished on the 6th year. But my story wasn't so happy, but of course we have happy stories also in Estonia. A story about Timo and Kelly, Ahisilla farm garden. I made a call to Kelly this morning and I asked how are you feeling, what are your problems? And if I would take this phone call and pick up all the public servants he mentioned in this phone call, I would say it was the most popular word in this call. So I think it's not only a problem in Estonia, but also in every EU country that not only young farmers, but all of them spend a lot of time about to bureaucracy. A lot of papers, a lot of public servant visitors, and a lot of arguing, are you doing the right thing or not? Kelly and Timo, they are growing grass-fed chicken, organic. They have a vegetable garden and also flowers. And Timo also is the head of Estonian Young Farmers, so they are doing good. But I come once more back to this question: is money enough? Is money enough to make young farmers to survive? Will more money solve the problem, or what we should do to help young farmers? In Estonia, we started. I'm sorry, this is only in Estonian, but I'll translate it. We started this year a development program for young farmers, and in April we ended application period, and we choose out about 15 young farmers who we will support with education and development program. We start in May. We will start in May. We will talk to them in 2 days about agriculture as a business. Then about marketing in June, finance planning, and so on. July we will take a field trip with them, and in August and September there will be training days about sustainable agriculture. And from October to 25 to September 26, we will mentor them, help them in realizing the business plan. Our plan was a little bit different, because we knew that new young farmers support will come in November, but it moved to the August, so we had a little bit speed up our program. We hope that when we bring young farmers together, they will communicate, they will share the problems and discuss the problems, and that this will help them to hold their head above the water, because once again, money won't solve all the problems. So this was quick thoughts about and from Estonia. Questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lecha. Does anyone have any questions?
Milk production growing up 4%. What are the reasons?
I think it's not an issue. I think because this was the quarterly numbers. It's just moving a little bit. We don't have this line up. Yeah.
More questions, Tarptautinė? So I have one. After realizing you were having trouble, did you ever count sheep to help yourself fall asleep?
Sorry.
It's okay, it's a joke. Did you ever count sheep to help yourself fall asleep?
I have a story. The governmental institution, PRIA. Yeah, okay. They said that they want to come to count my sheep. And they came 3 people. And they were counting them. I had the fences, so everything was okay. And I think 4 hours counting. And then one said that I lost the number. What is your number?
Everything about numbers, but it is not the numbers that matter, but people. And I would like to ask Mr. Leho to stay here, and I would like to ask Mr. Kaspars to come up, and Mr. Saulis.
Discussion. Maybe you take the earphones. Yes, aš kviečiu visus truputėlį arčiau, nes mes tikrai norisi
like to ask everyone to come up closer, because we would like to speak about people today, not just the numbers, and I hope that we'll be able to interact together in the format. So please come up closer, because this is the time you can ask questions directly. Tell us about farmers, about young farmers in their country. So I would like to ask everyone to come closer to make it a round circle. And I hope that we will also have the chance to interact during our conference. And Mr. Saulis, let's start with you.
We still have some time. Aš ir pats leisiu prigrėbti
I will take it to grab a chair for myself. And let's talk not about differences. Yes, I invite everybody closer to us. We definitely have time for that, and I believe that we can discuss things which might help all of us when we hear experience of different countries. Since you are here, you really care about rural areas, farms, so Saulis, the question goes to you. What measures would encourage young people to stay and work in rural areas? Because now we can see that husbandry is not a favorite business because it's difficult. Of course, a live body is a live body and gives a lot of warmth. So let's look from a broader perspective, financial well-being, and let's talk how can we use that not only to survive but to live well. What could encourage you? Thank you. The question is really very good. It is an interesting one. And today, when I was listening to all the presentations, I heard contributions of each speaker to answer this question. Gedus was absolutely right. When he said that I'm creating my farm for the future generations, and what should we do to make this place, this farm, attractive so that people want to come back. Also, Leho mentioned that we are doing a lot of mistakes, we are learning, we'll learn from our own mistakes, but we waste time.
The infrastructure in our rural areas is quite good, but I believe that when the job becomes a hobby and the hobby becomes a job, and this hobby becomes a source of income, it's very good. As our colleague from Poland, Jonas, said that the farms are not big, but people will come back and they can live on that. So I can say that if people see that it is worth doing, if they like it, they will come back and they will enjoy the innovation Leva had when he started farming. And or they will enjoy looking at the future through future generations. Actually, the same question goes to our colleagues from Latvia and Estonia. In your countries, also Poland, the age average is increasing. So what would encourage a young person to stay or to come back to farming?
Yes, firstly, I would say first thing young people need is other young people. So we have to think a lot that how big like our agricultural business should be. Is the 100 average okay or not? Because bigger is more effective. But if we have only one big agricultural company in the village, all the people are living in the city, the workers, what will I do? What my children will do in the countryside? In my story, the next household was 1 kilometer. There was living one old lady, 80-something years old. I had 3 children. No children next 65 kilometers. So they weren't really happy, and today they are living in the city. So this is the one point. Good is good, but not always. Big is good, but not always. Other things we should think about how to support different businesses in countryside. Everyone in countryside can't be agricultural business. So what we can do also there to help other young people. And all the services, schools, shops, doctor, and so on, is important.
I heard this story from Lithuania that Gedus told that he don't want to push his children to do farm business. Does the same situation is in Estonia?
Yeah, I wouldn't push my children.
Yeah, but Gedus told that he want to attract them. Do not push, but to attract.
Yeah, I think I tried to attract, but I looked my old messages, and one of my daughters write that I see my father only at home only when he is eating or sleeping. So, is it the life we want to live? I don't think so. So, again, how young people can start business the way that they won't kill themselves.
But do I understand correctly? Does the situation is the same that children are overtaking their parents' farm businesses?
Yeah, in Estonia, some of them are, and in this period, 2014 to 20, you got even extra points in this scheme. So, but today we are discussing that if you're taking over, you have already a head start, so maybe it's not the right way.
Thank you, Mr. Levo. Mr. Kasper?
Yes, I think we are in the same boat actually, that we are not so far away, so similar situations, and there is very industrial areas has been created in Latvia in grain growing companies for like around 600 the big farms, so 2,000 and more. So they are growing, they are expanding, they're taking territories and pushing out the people from the territories. On the other hand, the future we see is the MP region. So when the municipalities and the farmers themselves get together and say that we need some good environment where to live, we need some more smaller farms, and then they start to communicate and they start to think what to grow, how we take more out of the hectare than just 1,500 from grain or 2,500 from milk. So what else? Vegetables, berries. Yes, and it's smaller farms, much more income, and bigger density, and you could solve the problems with schools and infrastructure. So it's central part of Latvia, where this region has been started. It's Siguldas, Valmieras, near the Galway River. So this is the trend, I think, and that could bring back people or attract young people to the countryside. They could live in a safe, good environment, and there will be farms who would support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonai, ką Jūs manote? Visgi Lenkija, mes išgirdom, kad čia turbūt Estija viena iš pirmaujančių šalių pagal ūkių dydį. Lietuva kažkur tarp Estijos ir Lenkijos. Lenkija štai turi netgi ir tų mažų ūkių, kaip Jūs minėjote, prisitaiko prie tų ūkių dydžių, priklausomai nuo ūkio dydžio ir kultūrą, kurią užsiima, ar gyvulininkystę, ar prie augalininkystę, galbūt netgi braškės, ar ne. Kas Lenkijoje galėtų būti ta papildoma traukos priemonė jaunam žmogui užsiimti žemdirbystę, žemės ūkio?
Man atrodo, Gedas labai gerai pasakė, kad tus jauno mažens vaikus
should be shown the business, but everything has to be shown from the positive angle, because I know that children very often work together with their father, and sometimes you have to demonstrate everything by showing your behavior, your work, by showing that there's a good sense for doing this, and you have to like your work, because farming is moving in the direction of professionalism, and sure, there are mistakes sometimes, but those mistakes help us to achieve our result, the economic value. And I believe that the kids should be shown that it is possible, it is interesting, that living in a rural area is okay, that there are certain conditions you can earn money. And I think we have to start that at a very young age, because I have seen cases when parents were not showing a good example to their kids, then it was very difficult to encourage the young generation to stay or to come back to rural areas. Of course, that's a job that is not easy, but it is interesting, and it requires a lot of commitment, knowledge, information. But we invest into young people. But here we face a problem. All the speakers say that we have to encourage our children. Brigitte said she has 3, Gedas has 2 kids. What about others? Gedas, you started farming at a young age. How many friends of yours engaged in farming when they see a very good and strong example of yours? Do you have those examples. Yes, there are examples like that. They are not numerous because that depends on whether the parents of my friends are farmers or not. Because it's not very frequent. It's not a very frequent case when people start farming just because they want that, but there is no tradition in the family. But if we speak about young farmers, there is a neighbor who lives on our street who probably used my example and he started farming. But I also liked this idea that maybe we should be more socially responsible. Now my son comes back from the kindergarten and he says, we visited the fire station, we visited the medical service providers, the police, and I think, why don't farmers invite kids to their farms? Maybe this profession is kind of abandoned. The farmers are just whining on TV, and TV does not show the farmers who are happy and who are talking with pride. So probably our children do not even imagine what the modern farming is, that there is a lot of technology, a lot of difficult solutions, and we have to think, each of us, like this consultancy service who are at a bigger age. They teach the young people, the young farmers, but we have to start with very young children. Here we have 4 professionals of agricultural consulting. Gedus is talking about attractiveness of farming business. Maybe young people would find it interesting to use the joystick to drive a tractor. But maybe there are some methodologies which are new, which are different from those which were used years ago. The methodologies of consulting, I mean. Maybe you have different methodologies that could encourage young people to use the European support and to do farming. Jonas, can you say something? In my work, I can see that it is easier to work with a young farmer when it comes to paperwork, say. We communicate by email, and sometimes it's easier for us to keep in touch. The role of the consulting agency keeps increasing, and sometimes, I'm not trying to give a ready-made solution for a farmer. I'm just trying to show the picture from my perspective, to suggest several options, and sometimes the farmers need encouragement, and we have to make farmers feel safer and to want to proceed, because optimism is very important in any job, but in farming that's of paramount importance. And sometimes it's important just not to stand in one place, but to make steps forward. And I believe that the role of the advisory service is to help to make the step, maybe the first step. Maybe to give example of support to young farmers, and then maybe the farmer will go further And I feel this responsibility to help the farmers as much as I can, so that the farmers remain strong, they don't lose their willingness to continue, and sometimes we have to help them solve the problems. We just sometimes create something in our heads which does not really conform to the reality.
Now let's talk about how to teach young farmer. So we have something similar in fishing. If you want to teach someone, you want to give them fish, but you will give a fishing rod. So what's the situation in Latvia? How you are teaching young farmers?
I think we are in the same point when we were 30 years ago, when we started the advisory service. Then we discussed and learned from the Danish advisory service who gave the support for the farmer. Not just advice, but support and help. And I think we are still there, because the decision should be done by farmer themselves, still. So what we're looking for is to develop knowledge for our advisors to ask questions, to ask right questions in the right time, and be in shadow and stay in shadow. Because the farmer itself should go and decide what he will do. Then only his decision will be deep and will be trustable for both sides, let's say. Just what else we could do? Just show experience, bring around, show the cases, explain why, and it will happen.
Thank you. There's young farmers in Estonia trust in consulting services, your specialists, or that they do their own job and they are telling, no, we don't need your help. Because you're told that in Estonia, the medium size of the farm is the biggest of all our countries.
I would say that they trust if they fight us. Because a lot of young farmers or farmers, they don't know anything about the advisory system. So our job today is make the advisory system more public, more findable. Yes. And if you think about the situation today, the young farmer, I think they don't need so much knowledge, new knowledge, because they can find it by themselves. But what I think they need is, as you said, that advisors should ask right questions, beginning, how are you doing? So, as I have interviewed our farmers, they're saying that the best knowledge comes from other farmers. So the other job for advisors should be networking, help farmers to make better connections, similar areas with different places and so on. So this should be a really important job. And also to help young farmer to see the problems that are coming. If the problem is here already, it's a problem. But if the advisor is more experienced, maybe she can say that, whoa, stop here, or the problem is 6 months here, and then you have to deal with it. Maybe it's some little things to do, and the problem will not be here. But young, if you are young and not so experienced farmer, so if you don't see those problems with outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Yako.
Indeed, how is the range of services, the training methodologies changing in Lithuania? Are they listening to you? Are they discussing? Are they saying to you that the trends are completely different and you do not know anything? Well, same as in real life, there are different situations, but as our colleagues have mentioned, a young farmer is looking for answers. But why does a farmer consult an advisor? Farmers have information, have access to knowledge, but they need another perspective to support or to reject the perspective. And in terms of the training methodologies, no, it's a classic. There are individual consultancy advisory services and there are group advisory services. And looking at different studies, we can see that farmers like and prefer consultations that are conducted in person when there is an advisor and a single farmer. But this is the most expensive way to provide advisory services. However, the pandemic has shown that we are capable of implementing new technologies. For example, at the advisory service, we have an ICMIS system. This is a tool that has been developed using an AI, statistical methods. But what does it give us? When a farmer goes to the field and sees some uncertainties there is a pest, a disease or so, they can take a picture, upload the picture into the system, and the AI can help identify the issue, and the farmer receives the real-time answer. In order to explore this deeply, he contacts the advisor. In Ireland, the advisory service employs the method of discussion groups. And when I visited Ireland, there were 10 to 12 farmers in those discussion groups. And for example, there was a young farmer who was 18 or 19 years old, and there was an old farmer who was in their retirement age as well, and there was a certain issue that would be discussed in that group. And the participants who had more experience shared how they dealt with that issue in the past. So the advisor does not advise, he acts as a moderator of the discussion, and the farmers explore the solutions themselves. And when you ask the advisor, how can you have so much experience? And he said to me, the farmers have the experience. We just have to know how to tap on that experience. There are, of course, the classical methods, and there are the modern tools that help us collect information. And this mutual interaction, by staying together and interacting in the mixed experience group, this helps us move forward. Dear Solus has mentioned statistics, and it is probably the only thing that does not lie in the modern world, although it can sometimes lie. However, according to your statistics in the presentation, those who apply for consultations get better results in terms of their production. So in this situation, you've mentioned the modern tools, the AI tools. And this brings me to my question I asked you at the beginning. So the question is whether the modern human being who has grown up watching screens will turn their back on the human consultants and will only rely on a certain AI systems by uploading a rapeseed flower picture and receiving this answer, and the farmer will be I-know-it-all man. So won't it be that those technologies will start making mistakes? We always love to identify and diagnose diseases using Google search without going to the doctors. So won't we arrive at the situation where, well, the farmers stop consulting, and the farmers here can say how often they contact the actual human consultants, or they can find the situations themselves. I see that everyone is silent. No one is raising their hand. I see that people here favor human interaction. But maybe someone here, including Gedus and other farmers, maybe you could name the challenges that you see, the challenges that you are facing, and the changes or innovations that you would expect from the professional advisors. You know, AI is the topic I'm very interested in. I'm using AI tools, but we need to understand that this is just an additional instrument, like a calculator. If we can calculate 5 plus 5, it's very clear. If the formulas, equations are more complex, we use calculators. But we need to understand that we can ask an AI a question, but we may receive the answer that we are expecting from it. If I say that a BMW is the best car, is it true? Then the AI answers that yes, indeed it is. It offers a model for me, and then I realize that it does not suit my family needs. So again, AI is just another tool that helps you in certain issues, but it will never tell you whether you need to go into the field and spray your crops. You will have to have certain sensors, certain precision equipment on your field to determine the need for spraying. And the consultants, the advisors, will not lose their job here, because we will need then to decide on the strategy in the field, on how to allocate our time to other tasks. Of course, AI will help us in a certain way. However, the creative aspects of farm management are based on the human knowledge and intuition. But the AI helps replace the human advisors who seek profit only. But AI will never replace the advisor who is independent, who does not seek personal gain. Gedus, you are a true representative of the practitioners. You are interested in this field. So today we have true professionals who have gathered here. But maybe you would like to ask the advisory service where to improve your representation, how to meet your interests. Are there any other things that you would like to note?
žinot, kol nepamatai kažkur kitur, kaip yra kitur, pavyzdžiui, prieš metus buvo
A year ago, I visited the United States and their farms. Each farm has its own consultants, advisors, so we do have room for improvement. And very often, there are not only advisors at the farm, but also researchers at the farm who work together on the strategies. The advisor looks at the strategy from the business side, while the researcher looks at the strategy from the research side, and then there is this all-round assistance to the farmer. So when there is a person who is a researcher, then the farmer can trust this kind of an advisory service. Of course, this is funded by the government, but you know, I would love it if I had a consultant and a researcher who would come to my field and my farm to help me. Dear professionals, is there anything to add to the practice of this wonderful farmer? What other needs could you identify? What other services would farmers need, in particular in terms of starting the farm business? What young farmers should look up to? As Mr. Director has said, it does not matter much to what degree the AI is going to develop. People will still want human interaction. And farmers, they do have knowledge. There are a lot of professionals among farmers. They are doing very good, but sometimes they do need the discussion. They need to learn other perspectives, probably. And sometimes they need this mutual interaction, mutual exchange of information. Advisors know a lot of theory. Farmers know a lot of practice. And when we meet and discuss with each other, we bring a new perspective. And there is a completely new picture in mind that we see. And I think it is difficult to cooperate individually with each farmer because it is time intensive, it consumes a lot of time, but I think that we will still need those individual meetings, and since we have the common goal of improving the cost efficiency of operations and increasing the performance. Yes, indeed.
Mr. Kaspers, what you would advise to young farmers, because we are in Young Farmers Forum?
Yeah. First of all, don't worry. There will be people who would like to farm. Always. Because there's people who would like to work with the land, people who would like to work with animals, not only interact with the AE or computers or technical or people. So I think there always will be, but there is great idea to come together and create programs to show how good farming is. Because in last year there was a lot of activities around Europe that we are against Green Deal, but the young staff, they are reading this differently, that there is problems in this sector, that there is nothing to do in this sector. There is big Green Deal who are eating our money. So I think together we could show that yes, there is future, and there always will be food for us. Yeah, that's one point. The other point is, do we really think that we are making decisions rationally? think no. We are asking ourselves questions for the future and help when we are in big trouble. Then we are searching for support, and then we are saying, where was advisory service when Green Deal coming? 2010, we worked together in all the deal projects, learning and saying to the farmers that there will be fertilizer plants, there will be accounting nutrients in the farm level. Be prepared. There is support coming. No one really listen. Because you're starting to listen when it's just in your doorstep, let's say, at your doors. And that's what I couldn't say to young farmer, because he will not listen to this. But advisors should understand this and say through different ways that you need to account and go and analyze, and you will fail, and that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, firstly, if you talk about so the machine never will ask from the farmer, how are you doing? We need people, we need advisors. In Estonia we have about one advisor for 150 farmers. So if you take, you have 300 days in a year, so you have 2 days for one farmer. So I think it's not good. And we need advisors to communicate, to ask, to help them see the problems.
Maybe that's why we are talking about sustainability, about economical, social, also about environment, what Gedus told in his report. So, also, people need to communicate, but they don't ask any stupid questions.
Yeah, and 2010, as you said, when the green was coming, I was the young farmer, and if some advisor would come to tell me on this time that this is coming, really, I wouldn't care, because I had a lot of other problems to deal.
It's true. Thank you, Mr.
Leho. Before I pass the microphone to Saulis, I want to ask the audience, are there any things you would like to hear? If there aren't, then I give the floor to Saulis, not only for discussion, but also for the final comments. Saulis, what did you hear that was new to you today? When we were talking to our colleagues from Estonia, Latvia, Poland, maybe the things were not completely new, but what would you really like to emphasize once more? The people were really very attentive, very patient, spending there the whole day. So, Saulis, what would you like to say? Yes, we definitely had a good opportunity to hear about the life of our colleagues, about life of farmers and the organizations which advise farmers, and some observations. The grass is always greener in the neighbor's yard, but it turns out that the trends are very similar. The older generation is more dominating, and we are moving over to this aging period, and we have to decide how to attract more young people, how to enable them, and we can see that we understand that we will need food, we will want to eat, and the farmers say, yes, we have to produce, we have to think how to do that. We can see that some farmers are engaged in other activities too, and they also farmers have families and kids and relations, socialization, and that's not not a closed system. And when we look at the farming activities, we should probably have a broader view. And I believe that discussions like this, talking to young generation, looking for solutions, for directions, for strategic decisions, enables us to put our forces together, and we can be useful, the science can be useful in dealing with the problems we have, in order we could achieve the results we want to achieve. I believe that this discussion today showed that we are different, but we have a lot of things in common, and the experience we share, or the experience we will take away, maybe it's one sentence or one word, they will be very important in working in our farms, and I would like to thank our colleagues for coming here, for their time. I would like to thank all the participants for coming to this discussion, and I believe that our discussions will be useful for everybody and will bring the small grain home, will sow it and grow a very good yield. Thank you, Saulis. I heard you repeating what Kasper said, that it will never come the time when nobody works with the soil. So that has to be motivation. You please love what you do, make your job your hobby, make your hobby your job, and then we will not have to work, and we will be able to enjoy sustainable businesses of your farms. I want to reveal a secret. The Forum of Young Farmers has not finished its activities. This initiative is not over. Look out for invitations to new events and meetings in the autumn season. Thank you, everybody. I would like to thank the speakers, the participants, and I would like to thank you for looking straight forward instead of looking somewhere around. So that's a beautiful community. Thank you, and see you next time. Thank you.